on, everybody? Welcome in. Shyla Rive, welcome. Thank you so much for the 6 months. I appreciate that. Oh, I forgot the wizard hat there. I did grab it. I forgot to put it on. There we go. Thank you very much for that. Welcome in. It's good to see you all here today. Echo. And Lass, how are you doing? I feel like it's been a little while. Am I missing something? Anyway, welcome in. Good to see you all. I forgot to unmute. Oh, man. Yeah, I did. Yeah, I did. All right. Hang on. I gotta give him this credit at least. There we go. There we go. Is that better, Echo? That fixed it. Yes, last night on GOGCOM, we were playing Warhammer 40,000 Space Marine, the original, I think, not 19, but 2011 release, I believe it was. I'm glad I didn't say 1911. Boy, that would have been weird. Anyway, yeah, so it was great. If you've never played that, oh my God, you should. 4-timer, Alpha Streak, 20 stream streak, I see 20 stream streak. Oh, a 4-timer Alpha. I don't understand the 4-timer part, but I do see. Okay. Anyway, yeah. Space Marine, fantastic. If you like Gears of War, you're almost certainly going to like this. It's really enjoyable. And it's currently on sale. It's like 70% off. If I had a complaint about the game, it's mostly the checkpoint save, which really isn't that bad as checkpoint save systems goes. Seems to be well balanced as far as locations and the battles and things like that you go through. So far in the 3 hours I played last night, I didn't run into a situation where I hit a particularly difficult battle that had a significantly long gap between two checkpoint save systems, meaning I had to go through an extremely complicated and difficult scenario, multiple scenarios, before I could find another checkpoint save. They seem to have put one after every difficult issue. Like if you go through a big battle, there's going to be a checkpoint save shortly after that, or one just before it. So that's cool. What is 4 times 5? And then, oh, I get you. Okay, that makes sense. That makes sense. So Echo Alpha 4 times 5. That makes sense. But anyway, yeah, so it's great. And the graphics still look good. In fact, they really have a solid, almost graphic novel feel to it. And I think it works. I think it belongs and it looks good. They didn't overdo it. It's like just enough to kind of hint to that, but not so much that it takes away from it. It's not like Borderlands in comic book style, It's not like that. It looks good. Update on the Athlon rig. I'm probably not going to have it fixed or ready to go by the time we're done with Pandora Directive. However, I now have all but one piece of hardware. One that I didn't calculate, actually. Where is the other one? All right. I did a haphazard reassembly of this fan, so it's not really on here properly. And I didn't realize it until I screwed it in. But let me show you. Let me show you what I'm looking at here. All right, this is what we have. So the old ATI 9800 Pro, actually, not really the 9800 Pro. It is a 9800 Pro, but it's an all-in-wonder, has this heatsink by default. It's fairly benign. Like, it's very weak. Extremely thin aluminum. This card's notorious for overheating and having issues. I have replaced it with what looks like a smaller heatsink, but it's actually about twice as heavy, so there's more mass here. With this, it's not installed yet because I'm trying to debate on whether or not I want to try reflowing the solder before I put everything back together. So this heatsink, but there's one problem with this heatsink that I couldn't resolve by trimming off the ends here, because these would bump into a, looks like a capacitor. I'm not really sure what that is on the card. Honestly, it looks like one, but it's got kind of a flat side to it as well. I don't know. It's a weird thing. Something soldered onto the board I don't want to touch. So this is been cut and trimmed so that it's not in the way. I could have done a better job, but it's not too terrible actually. This actually ended up being a lot denser aluminum than I thought it was going to be. I had a hard time cutting it with a chainsaw. Chainsaw, what the hell am I thinking? Must be thinking more Warhammer. Cut it with a hacksaw. So anyway, the problem with this is that it's got a flat bottom. A lot of GPUs have a little frame around the actual die itself. I don't know if you'll be able to see this very well, but you see how that center portion is different? It's raised by about, maybe a millimeter off the surface. So basically, the original heatsink has effectively a shim right there so that it can touch the die without being interfered with by that frame. Since this doesn't have it, it just sits on the frame and it doesn't make good contact. So I had to order some shims. That's what's going to cause me to delay getting this fixed at this point. And so it might be another couple of weeks before that happens. I think it said September 12th or something like that. So I'm looking forward to getting this on there. I'm looking forward to getting new fans for for inside the case. Yes, these are thermal, right? These are not Noctua or any of the expensive fans, but there are 3 here. Total of 3 fans inside the box. PWM style, so they can actually be controllable by the motherboard, by the cooling system itself. That can actually help me understand whether or not it's overheating. But anyway, 120 millimeter fans. I've also got 2 90 millimeter fans to help further that. And then last but not least, stop showing off Tony Stark's red heart reactor. You're going to get arrested. Last but not least, I actually ordered what were supposed to be 10 millimeter by 10 millimeter heat sinks. And it ended up being 8 millimeter by 8 millimeter when I measured them, so they were too small to fit on the memory chips. And I wasn't going to stick those on there because really the rule of thumb with heat sinks is bigger is okay, smaller is unacceptable. You never want to put a heat sink smaller than the surface you're trying to dissipate heat from because it'll create a hot spot on the edges, and that can create problems or just simply not solve the issue. It won't be sufficient. So these are actually 11 by 11 heat sinks. And believe it or not, these actually measured out to 10 by 10. So they are absolutely the perfect size. I guess they use a different metric system in China. I don't know. Or perhaps the American metric system is all messed up because we're idiots and we don't really understand the metric system. I don't get it. Either way, I've got a bunch of those. These are for the memory chips. There are 8 total chips, and there's probably about 20 of these here, so I've got a few extras. These are cheap, by the way, just little aluminum pieces. So if you have old hardware and you'd like to hopefully, eliminate some potential heat issues, because that happens with older PCs, older hardware, when connections start to fail, solder starts to break down, you start generating a little more heat. These can help dissipate that and make that a little less of a problem. I say help, I didn't say we'll fix. In any case, it is in the works. But look how anemic this fan is. This is that ATI fan. This is the original fan that came with the 9800 Pro All-in-Wonder. Not only is this a really small fan, it only spins at, I think, it might cap out at 2,000 RPM, but I really feel like it's 1,200 or something ridiculously slow. But what makes this fan even more unusual is the fan blade orientation. I don't know if you can really see that or not, but the way the fan blades are oriented, no, Mystic, you don't need to chase the wire. You stay over there. The fan blade orientation is reverse what you would see in any other fan. So if we look at this one again, see if I can do a side-by-side comparison here. See, one is scooping up, the other is scooping down. So I haven't really paid attention to which way the fan spins, but I'm guessing on this fan, it doesn't blow air down onto the heatsink, which is how every other heatsink I've ever seen works, meaning it blows down and comes out the fins, pushing the hot air away. This seems to actually try to create a vacuum and pull the heat away that way. It's really weird. Maybe they screwed up the fan orientation and just couldn't be bothered fixing it. How's it going, Winter Slice? You're probably right. Actually, I don't know. I really don't know. But it is a mystery. It is absolutely a mystery. But it's a mystery we're not going to have to worry about. I am going to keep this heatsink, though, because worst case scenario, I'll take this fan off. But the GPU itself was overheating with this GPU in place, or with this heatsink in place, and a 90 millimeter fan sitting on top of it. So hopefully larger fan blades. I think this was 2,800 RPMs, not 2,000 or 1,200 or whatever this tiny one is. This is relatively, it's more or less the same size. It's a little bit bigger, maybe by about half a centimeter or so. But the fan blades are bigger. It spins faster. It's a higher voltage, meaning it should spin faster. We should get better results. Denser material. Let me put this away. So anyway, I'm looking forward to it. I can't wait to get that thing back up and running. And it's been kind of bugging me that it's taking this long. But yeah, so the shims that are coming in are just, I mean, they're like really thin sheets of copper. It was like $5 for a dozen that had like 2 or 3. It was broken up in like 2 or 3 of the same size, and then they're just progressively thicker. So I'm going to be able to play with that, find out how big of a shim that needs to go in there. The nice thing about that is that if I put in a slightly larger shim than what is basically on the original heatsink, then it should increase the tension a little bit on the GPU. I don't want to put too much on there. I don't want to break or crack anything. But this slightly increased pressure should allow for better contact. The only thing I fear is that because I'm using a shim, I'll have thermal paste both on the heatsink and the shim, and then on the shim and the GPU. And that kind of bothers me a little bit. It shouldn't be that big of a deal. I think it's not necessarily bothering me. It'll just be trickier to line up. It means I'll have to put the thermal paste on the GPU, lay the shim down on top of that, press down a little bit with the heatsink to press it flat, then put a little bit of paste on that, and then press that on top of the paste. We should be good to go. It's a lot more paste than I want, but we'll just test it. And anyway, and with these three 120 millimeter fans, this case is going to be a vacuum. It's just going to go. Hey, how's it going, Lazy Crypts? Ooh, what do we have here? Ooh, Sega. Oh, I like that one. I've never seen the Sega Saturn intro before. If I had, it's been a long time. I don't remember it. How you doing, Lazy Crypt? And also, by the way, Winter Slice, I don't know if that fan orientation makes a difference. I mean, I don't know anything about fans. It's just unusual. It's one of those where, you have to go through life thinking of things like this. Just because everybody says something is better one way, does it really mean it is better that way? Or is it just something we've accepted? The other side of that coin is sometimes you have to try different things to see if you get better results. Well, my concern with this fan is that this fan is now 20 years old, that little ATI card, and I've never seen another heatsink like it, and I never saw one before it. So it makes me wonder if maybe that fan orientation was a test that just didn't work. The sad thing is I'll never be able to really test the airflow on that fan because it was dead on arrival. That little ATI card had a bad GPU fan. It's most likely one of several reasons why the machine was sold in the first place. Clearly, you need to spend time at Sharpie's then. Ooh. TGIF. Good morning, Skyfall. Welcome in. Hey, Skyfall, hopefully our trash talking buddy in YouTube will have a harder time today. I've implemented some moderation changes that, with a little luck, will block that nonsense so that they can't post it. I don't know how it's going to work. I've never really messed with it on YouTube. So, Killick, how are you doing? Welcome in. And for those who haven't been to the Tuesday streams lately, I'm having a really good time with Crimson Diamond. I'm stuck getting 2 fingerprints. That was what I ended with on Tuesday. I've got 2 fingerprints I can't figure out how to obtain. One is from Kimmy, and the other was from Jack. And I know how to get Jack's fingerprint. I can't find the item I need that will allow me to extract it. So I have his fingerprint, I just don't have a way to extract it yet. And then Kimmy's, I got to figure out the method to get her to let me have the mug, whether she's aware that she's giving it to me or not. So not really sure how that works. Some powder and duct tape, maybe. I do have powder, and I do have, it's actually sheetrock tape, plaster tape. But I think what I'm supposed to do is, because I've got a cup of salt water, I think I'm supposed to find some flour or something like that and make a really basic plaster of Paris, because it's a thumbprint cookie is what he made. Basically, you make a cookie, you stick your thumb in the middle, and then you put jam in the divot. And then you put them in the refrigerator and cool them, or in his case, the ice box, and you cool them, and the jam hardens a little bit. The cookie solidifies, and then you can enjoy it. But I got one that didn't have any jam in it, and I need to get his fingerprint, which was embedded in the cookie, and I don't know how to get that. I think I'm supposed to make an impression. The only way I can do that, I think, is with something like a plaster of Paris. So I don't know. I haven't got any other plans. I've tried using the powder they give me to take fingerprints elsewhere in the house. Doesn't work. It says nope. Tried mixing it with the salt water. It said nope.
I am making many new friends in Britannia.
I appeared to have made a new friend here in Britannia. Thank you very much for the follow. I appreciate it. Oh, hey, how's it going, man? Yeah, that one is strange, isn't it, Skyfall? Welcome in. I appreciate the follow here on the Twitch channel as well. Thank you so much for that. I will tell you, Skyfall, you may have heard me say this in the past. I generally don't call people out for follows. I just appreciate the views. And if people are more comfortable not chatting and don't want to be called out, well, I think it's worth it. But I appreciate both follows. You can watch from Twitch too. There you go. I appreciate it. Yeah, I always enjoy the views. Twitch is my primary channel of the streaming, for one thing. I've largely just started growing the YouTube thing over the past maybe 4 or 5 months now, and it's most originally the idea is I wanted a place where I could back up my VODs, right? And the problem with backing up VODs on YouTube, or excuse me, on Twitch is you have to go through a process to get it to save them indefinitely. YouTube, you do not. And YouTube does a better job of static videos, whereas Twitch doesn't. So in order to take advantage of Twitch's strengths versus YouTube's strength, instead of having to do the whole, process of telling it to copy the video over to YouTube for me, I can just multi-stream and get it over there live, and it helps the algorithm a little bit. There's just lots of benefits. And then the video itself just remains. So it's nice. But either one, I'm happy with views on either channel. YouTube streams are also way better for those of us with crappy internet. That's what some people have told me. I don't really understand how or why, but yeah, that's not the first I've heard that. Which is kind of funny because I think about YouTube, say 12, 13 years ago, and how many people here would go to YouTube like 12, 13, 14 years ago when it was still really new and young, and you would start a video, and you'd watch the little bar at the bottom of the screen start to rise slowly, and you'd hit pause, and then you'd go get a soda or go to the bathroom, or if you smoke, go out and have a cigarette or whatever you do. And then when you come back, then you watch the video because it took forever to buffer, The change to multicast, yes, Grindhouse, being able to multicast to both platforms. It saved me so much grief. It really did. It saved me so much effort, so much time, because now it's automatically there. The only thing that I don't like is that YouTube splits up live views live VODs versus static VODs in such a way that I've had a user actually say, hey, you stopped uploading videos. What happened? Are you still using your YouTube channel? It's like, yeah, it's just, you have to manually go and look at it. It's not showing up in the other. And yet it all had points that it refused to buffer past. Oh, man, yes, you're right. You have pretty good internet, and you've had a kind of crap experience with YouTube live streams. You've had to install a couple of extensions to keep the video from buffering and falling behind constantly. Yes, Sarisha, that's actually something I've noticed. The latency for YouTube is far, far worse. I'll end my stream in Twitch and I'll watch the YouTube feed, and sometimes it'll take 5 minutes before it actually comes to an end. Like it's 5 minutes behind. I'm like, what the hell are they doing? How did they get so far behind? Has much better buffer management. It doesn't crash if you get too far from live because you can go back and forth at will. That's true. And I'm guessing, see, one thing most people don't know is YouTube and Twitch and Netflix and any of these streaming services um, will lease space on major ISPs networks. So if you're a Comcast user, for example, you can absolutely be sure that YouTube and Netflix have servers that can be accessed directly from within that network. So that's why sometimes you can watch stuff, even though there might be an outage in a region where the the service is supposed to be coming from, and yet you can still watch Netflix. It's because the outage didn't affect those servers. You're still functional. You can go. You can back like 12 hours on an active live stream without having to. Really? Now that's cool, Cubix. I didn't know that. That's a lot. So, but yeah, that'll help with that. Usually helps with that latency and the buffering and all that kind of stuff. But I suppose if your ISP doesn't host them, or if maybe YouTube doesn't pay the premium that they expect them to pay, because internet, sadly, net neutrality in the U.S. is now officially dead. Since they killed it, what, 6 years ago, 7 years ago, and then it got revived only for the Supreme Court to corruptly come along and destroy it yet again. I think it was the Supreme Court. One of the federal courts killed it shortly after they reenacted it, like 2 weeks later. So that means that, yeah, they can put whatever they want. They can do whatever they want. They can treat whatever streams they want. Yay, capitalism! But that's for a whole other politically motivated conversation. But one that should affect us all. So fight the power on the net neutrality thing. Get the get net neutrality back in place, people. Yeah, I think we all miss it. It hasn't gotten as bad as I would expect it to be, but it's one of those where it's a creeping death scenario. So hopefully it doesn't just continuously get worse. Anyway, let's get on to some more positive stuff. I don't want to get into that yet. Exactly, that's the key. Yet. The delay is just because it doesn't try to jump ahead when it starts to buffer. The default codec they most times use doesn't work very well with your system, so you have to force it to not use VP9 with an extension. Really? That's weird. You have another extension that basically implements Twitch's fast forward on YouTube when the delay gets too high. Come on, surely giant corporations can be trusted with deciding what we get to see on the internet. Well, they have investigated themselves and determined that they are wholly fair and neutral in all situations. It is September, an intentional joke, or oh wait, is USB timber? Oh my god! Oh no, wait, what? What? Oh. That's funny. I fixed it, Echo. It's all right. I just fixed it. I was trying to figure out what it was when I saw it. Okay. It's working. That's funny. I didn't even notice it. You know what's funny? I took a look at it. It could be for a PC related stream, yeah. Well, see, USB was introduced in September. Actually, I'm kidding. I have no idea when USB was released, like 95, 96, but I don't know when when the month was. Oh, you liked USB timber. Never more need more flash drives. My brain auto-corrected that so many times even after you pointed it out. You know what's funny, Grindhouse? I didn't even notice it. I saw it. I looked at it this morning. I didn't even notice it. So let's see here. What did the buffalo say when his son left for school? What did the buffalo say when his son left for school? Bye, son. You'll need to rename the VOD post stream. Uh-oh. Yeah. Skyfall, I like the joke. That wasn't too terrible there. But I do have to give you that. He didn't say anything because buffaloes can't talk. There you go. He couldn't talk. He was roaming. All right. I think it's time. So we need USB. Oh, wow. Oozbuary. In another universe, that might have actually been a month's name. Oozberry. Oh, wait. The Morning Mystic. Jan USB. It's the Morning Mystic. He's so cuddly. He's so cuddly, he really is. He's very comfy. Sadly, USB was not introduced in September. It was January. Oh, okay, I gotcha. He's a little snuggly dude. He's so funny, too, because he'll get in my chair. And then I'm like last night, just before I started the GogCom stream, he got in my chair just as I walked away to get something to drink, refill my glass, whatever. And I come back, I'm like, you can't stay in my chair. I got to use that chair. And he just ignores me, of course. He knows better. So I pick him up, and I put him on the scratching post exactly as you saw him there. And he'll do this all the time. Is when I pick him up, he'll start attacking my arm, like telling me, no, I don't like it. Stop, put me down. So then I put him down, and he'll get all comfy and just stay in that position and go to sleep. He's such a doofus. He really is. All right. It is that time. It is time for Tex Murphy. Sorry, I'm getting my disc trays ready. I need another little side table or something I could put these on. All right. I don't remember where we left off. I know I was stuck. Happy Friday! How you doing, PS1 Addict? Maverick, hey, it's good to see you. Welcome in. You came in just in time. We're only just now cranking up the game. All right. Got the right one. Making sure. Yeah, okay. I thought line doubling was enabled, but for some reason it gave me an impression it was a little softer looking than it should have been. All right. Yeah, that's right. We ended up day 5, Texas office. Doing good so far. Managed to snag one of the new budget FPGA systems on their second part of batch 1 release today. Really? The Mr. FPGA systems? How much are those going for right now, if you don't mind me asking? Oh yeah, Skyfall. That's actually the intention.
On the vid phone.
That's actually what is planned to be next on this channel once we complete the Pandora games, Pandora Directive. If we finish this game before I get the GPU confirmed as stable on the XP machine, then we'll move on to Might and Magic 3. That's the plan. Otherwise, I'm going to continue Pandora tomorrow if I can get the Windows XP machine stable again. Then we'll move on to Might and Magic 3 because we're like halfway through Pandora tomorrow, and I love Splinter Cell, and I can't believe I can't finish that game. It's so rare to play that one. Rabbit, thank you. Oh my god, 100 stream streak. Holy shit. Oh my god. The budget one for the whole ready-to-play system after assembly and SD card setup was 160. Typically, it was costing, before Taki Udon, I'm not sure how to pronounce his name, released this, was around 400 to build a Mister. I was thinking that was the price I was seeing before. I was curious if it got cheaper.
Squeaky wheel gets the kick.
Hey, Susie. So that's cool. I had no idea they had come down that much in price. I mean, I'm using an OSSC to capture video from the Pentium 2 and the Athlon machine and convert to HDMI. And that was right at the same price. That's not too bad. Really? I guess we have new versions to ban, huh?
What do I gotta do? Write fuck off and braille on your forehead? Get out of here.
Hang on a second. Let me add that to the list. There we go. It's intentional bad spellings and poor phrasing as a result of international bot farms. Bad, what do you call them?
Grody, man.
Do they view more of the stream per second than the rest of it? Apparently, yeah. They're getting creative, though. They're starting to use, like, alternate characters, you know, like a B with, I don't know what that is with a dot below it. I'm not sure what that's called. But is from another alphabet, basically. It's still a B, so people's brains see it as a B, but it tricks the moderation settings because it's different.
I think there's someone in the bushes there.
Ooh. Cleaning up the old desk again, no problem. Thank you so much, Cubics. Insert disc 5. Gee, go figure. Bots trying to throw in umlauts or however you spell it. Yeah, there's umlauts. They've done all kinds of stuff. Some of them, I don't know what language they came from. I couldn't even tell you.
Hello there. I'm glad I caught you at home.
Hey, Midge. Let's see. Might as well come over here. You're more than welcome, Skyfall. Either place. Like I said, I appreciate views no matter where you come from. But I will say that the chat on Twitch is more active than the YouTube one, but it's also 5 years in the making, whereas YouTube's roughly 6 months in the making. So it does have a longevity kind of a situation. Plus, I will say, if you like retro games, Skyfall, there's one thing just from my personal experience, and this is true for anybody that doesn't know this. It's good for you to hear it because YouTube has a great community for static VODs, and it's a great community for tutorials and help vids and general junk, videos and, all this stuff. You don't need me to tell you this, but Twitch doesn't really have that very much. But what Twitch does very good with is the retro community here is amazing. There are so many great people that like to showcase and show off unique hardware, rare, almost non-existent games. I've done a few here myself, like Congo and the Vampire Diaries. Nobody really streams those. They happen every now and then, but there's also some folks that do some really rare, like Japanese-only releases, Korean-only releases, and they'll translate. There's one guy who has live translations. It's really kind of cool, of old games that were not done in English. it's really interesting. Discord had a similar problem for quite a while, and we had to implement a check for each URL posted against an API that maintained a blacklist of bad domains. Yeah. You know what language they are going to get responded to in the language ban. Really? Huh. Into our bot. Eventually, Discord just implemented that check into the client itself. You know what? You say that, and it just occurred to me. I'm going to add something here. You didn't know? No, yeah. I mean, but some people don't like Twitch. Some people just absolutely hate it, and some people would prefer YouTube. I don't really have a feeling about that one way or the other. So I'm happy to views anywhere. So Taguden just said the unit sold out in about 3 minutes, but batch 2 will be out in approximately 30 days. So if you want to get into the Mr. World, that would be your chance on a budget. It even does DOS stuff. Yes, I looked really heavily into the Mr. when I was trying to decide what I wanted to do hardware-wise. Because, oops. That should do it. When I was looking into what I wanted to do hardware-wise to make this work, like old games, for example, Pandora Tomorrow, the Splinter Cell game Pandora Tomorrow, which doesn't really work reliably or very well at all on modern hardware if you can get it to work, period. I really didn't know if I wanted to get old hardware and try to, take advantage of that, or if I wanted to get something like Mr., which could emulate environments or manage stuff like that. I know it does console stuff. That's its primary. I ultimately settled on an old Pentium 2 so I could really capture the late 90s, like 96 through maybe 98, 99, and maybe some early 2000s titles. For the most part, that's worked successfully. And then the Athlon rig is a 2000 to 2007, 2006, 2007 era PC. It's really capable of playing most games within that time frame when it's working. And then everything else after that, for the most part, I can get working on the primary PC. Those are really just there for convenience for me. But there's also something to be said about modern hardware that is supporting driver features that are no longer available through some form of emulation. I have noticed shadows don't look right. For example, Jedi Knight 2, Jedi Outcast. To me, the shadows don't work properly. They get blocky and break up in weird ways across the faces. Whereas when we were streaming it on the Athlon rig, well, actually, we were doing Jedi Academy, which uses the same engine. When we were playing Jedi Academy on the Athlon rig, it actually smoothed properly over the vertices. And so instead of having these blocky, solid faces, it actually looked right. It looked good. So they do something different with modern hardware that if you're trying to play an old game on a new computer, it may not necessarily look right, even if it's working properly. There may be something that's different in how it handles or does something. And I tried for years to make Jedi Knight 2 Jedi Outcast look right. It just wouldn't do it. Now people mostly use URL shorteners to get around the built-in filtering that Discord has, but it's not as common as it was before they implemented that. Yeah. Twitch seems to have a reputation for being halfway between YouTube and OnlyFans from the people I've talked to. Probably people basing the whole platform off of some of the booby streamers. Well, the thing about Twitch is, and you notice they're starting to get a little bit more lax on what they allow. But YouTube has gotten the same way, Grindhouse. I remember waking up one morning, sitting down to drink some coffee, and at the top of my feed, I have no idea why this showed up, because this was really weird. It's almost like YouTube was pushing new content to me, like, hey, you might be interested in this. And it was literally people trying on sheer clothing because I guess it somehow manages to get around their nudity ban. It was bizarre.
I am making many new friends.
Thank you very much for the follow, folks. I appreciate that, both of you.
Thank you for
Welcome.
that follow.
Welcome to the channel. This was very strange. I don't know if you guys have run across that, but that was like, Now, Twitch before that had body painting, which got around that too. And, well, I don't know. That's a little less revealing, I think, than the sheer clothing thing. It's very strange. Like Super Mario 64 through Project 64 looks liminal. What does that say? Liminal as hell and pretty scary at times. I don't know what that means. All right, let's see here. Hi there. I'm glad I caught you at home.
Well, I'm happy I could make your day just a little brighter. What's up?
I found some things in my father's notebook that may interest you. How much is it worth to you?
Lady, you want me to help you figure out who your murderer is and you're going to try and buy me off on it? You should be paying me to look for your father's murderers and bring them to justice. A little double entendre.
I'm really not in a position to barter. I think you'd exhaust my savings.
Oh, you're no fun.
Oh.
Sorry. What'd you find out?
Well, not much. About the only thing I could figure out was toward the end of the notebook. There were quite a few references to OE, EW, and AE, but I'm not sure what they stand for.
Well, the E and the W could be directions or compass points, and the OE stands for Old English, but that doesn't seem very relevant. Whatever they mean, I get the feeling they're leading to something really big. Everyone and their dogs want to get their hands on your father's work.
As soon as we find out what these initials stand for, we'll be halfway to a fortune.
I don't know. Maybe your father was keeping this under wraps for good reason. When we find out what this is all about, we may decide that whatever he learned shouldn't be let out into circulation.
What are you talking about? That's why we're in this. For the money.
Look, your father wanted to keep this work away from the NSA, and I think that's an omen.
We won't sell it to them. We'll only sell the information to the right people.
What if it's not that simple? What if it's something that would be better locked up forever?
That's not an option. It was my father's work, so by rights it's mine now. You can have a piece of the action, or I can do it alone. Now I think you should give me back that box I gave you.
I don't think that's a good idea.
You don't have the right to keep it from me. It's mine.
That's not the point.
You're right, Tex. I'm being foolish and irresponsible.
Like it was that
There's
easy.
nothing terrible about what we find. We'll make a lot of money and live happily ever after.
Let's keep our fingers crossed, but for now I just want you to sit tight. I have a feeling things are going to get a little sticky from now on. Those initials you found may refer to other people who received boxes from your father. I'll see what I can turn up. Give me a call if anything else occurs to you.
All right, Tex. I'll be here.
Okay,
Please
so
be careful.
AE, OE, and EW could be any of the folks that we've interacted with or folks we haven't met yet. Yes. Well, I've been trying to begin to play the game. All right.
Good evening, Tex. You look as though you're on to something. What can I do for you?
We know. Actually, I'm going to end the conversation. Let's check the message first.
Listen, Murphy. I've got a proposition for you. Give me a call when you get this.
All right, fair enough. You forget if Pandora Directive was a new game or a remake of Martian Memorandum. Overseer was a remake of Mean Streets. I want to say this was a new game. I think the only remake was Martian Memorandum redoing Mean Streets. Because I know Mean Streets had, people had issues with it. Did you just hang up on Gordon? I did. I hung up on him.
What can I help you with?
I learned a few new
hello,
things,
Joe.
and I'd like to run them by you.
By all means.
If you have a powerful enough PC, you can use 86 box to emulate the actual hardware in a VM-like setup. You've had good luck running Windows 98 emulating a 233p2 512 megabyte. Yeah, Sound Blaster 16, all of that. I've done the same thing. My PC is just maybe 2 generations behind that one and done the exact same thing, and it works fine. However, there are some morally questionable aspects to that setup as far as from streaming is concerned. Integrity, I guess. So I prefer real hardware, at least. For example, if I emulated the BIOS of the P2L97, which I'm using in this Pentium 2 machine right now, the motherboard that's in that particular computer, I wouldn't quite have the same moral objections to using 86 box. I could use that BIOS as part of the base rig. I don't think that's an option, though, in the list of BIOSes that I saw. Although, to be honest, I don't know if I'd check that deeply. Either way, I do have a Voodoo 3. That's what we're using currently. I have a Sound Blaster 16. It's a plug-and-play version of it. Actually, it's kind of a nice version, but it's not a Yamaha chipset. We have a Sound Blaster Live. I mean, I could emulate all of that stuff, and it wouldn't quite be as big of an issue to me. But if I have the hardware, why bother? You know. But it is an option, and it's not a bad option, especially for those that need it. That would need it in order to be able to play games that don't work properly on modern hardware. A lot of late 90s games tend to be troublesome or difficult or almost impossible to get working in Windows 11, Windows 10, Windows 11. Yeah, you remember Mean Street being pretty rough.
I admire Thomas Malloy greatly. He's one of the few men I've ever known who always did the right thing. A.E. I suppose that could refer to Archie Ellis.
What about OE and EW?
You found one of the boxes? Well, I must say, your investigative skills are impressive. The name is new to me.
Yeah, I remember actually asking him that.
No, I've heard of the book, but I've never read it. I admire...
Okay. And we've already asked about this other stuff. All right.
After Fitzpatrick hangs up, I realize I forgot to ask him for Ellis's phone number. I decided to check the directory, and surprisingly, Ellis's name is listed.
Okay, so we have Archie Ellis there, but let's talk to Lucia first.
Hey, Murphy.
Okay, what's the deal?
You followed up on the auto tech tip I gave you, right?
Yeah, turned out to be an NSA front.
But you got inside.
Not as far as you know.
Call it a hunch. Anyway, I need you to get something for me. It's a file with documentation on an NSA project called Operation Euphoria. It's kept in the NSA evidence room in the Autotech building.
I gotta go back there and
you
do that
know
again.
all this.
Let's just say I've gotten to know some useful people. So what do you say? If you can get me the file, I'll trade you information or maybe something else. I've got access to anything you want. Just name it.
She's about as deadpan as it gets. It's like they just wanted to take a picture of her face and then just animate her mouth.
Doesn't ring a...
Well, there is a favor you can do for me. You ever heard of a book called There Are Messages from Outer Space?
Sure. It's like a Bible for UFO nuts.
Well, I've got reason to believe that someone made an anagram out of the title. I need to find a computer program that'll check out all the possible anagrams.
Well, that's easy. I know the guy who does the anagrams down here at the paper. I'm sure he can take care of it. Might take a few days, though.
That's okay. Just get it as soon as you can. I'll see what I can do to retrieve the Operation Euphoria file. Anything else?
Yeah. My contact got me a pass key. I guess you'll need it to get to the file. I'll send it over by express courier.
All right. I'll let you know when I'm ready to make the swap.
That seems kind of a gutsy thing. Hi, we're going to give you tools to break into a secret, highly powerful government agency. I'm just going to send it to you in the mail.
Can't help you with that. Don't know anything about it. Seems to me I've heard that name in connection with the UFO industry. I don't know anymore. I've never read it myself. Popular with the UFO junkies, though. That's not in my area.
Okay.
That's a whacked out magazine if I ever saw one. Alien encounters, abductions. That sort of thing. Don't know anything about it. Doesn't ring a bell. Are you gonna ask? Autotech.
Wish I could help you with it. Do I?
I can't help you.
I think we asked about all the rest of it. That's the main reason is you set it up. Tried forever to get Sim Theme Park running on modern hardware, but nothing ever worked. You're also playing around
ads for you
with
non-subscribers. Use your Twitch Prime now.
with another setup based around a Pentium Overdrive 63 running DOS. You could just use DOSBox, but running this way lets me actually learn how to set up all the nonsense games needed back then. I mean, I went through all of that, right? Arrest her for not giving you the right information. Jean at the station will get it out of her. Oh God. Lord Von Byron, how are you doing today? Let's give Archie a call here. We've got about 5 minutes left.
Identify yourself.
Hobbit humor.
I'm a friend of Dr. Thomas Malloy.
Tell me your name and your connection to Dr. Malloy.
Name, rank, and serial number.
My name's Murphy, and I have a package he sent. I'm trying to locate others who received similar packages.
I am familiar with the packages you refer to. I do not have one of them.
Well, that didn't go very well. Maybe I should try it again.
In other words, I asked the wrong things, said the wrong things. Everyone loves a bit of Hobbit humor. I mean...
Dr. Malloy asked me to carry on his work involving hieroglyphics found in the Roswell spaceship.
If you have knowledge of the Roswell hieroglyphics, then you should know other details regarding alien studies. If you can answer several questions, I will agree to meet with you. Who was the author of There Are Messages from Space?
J.I. Thelwait.
J.I. Thelwait?
Correct. What is the name of the site of the immense alien landing strips
The
in
Nazca
Peru?
Plains.
The Plain of Nazca.
Correct. Name the structure located at Tiahuanaco.
I think it's Gate of the Sun. It's definitely not the home of the world's nastiest nachos. The home of the world's nastiest nachos. I want to answer that with that question just because, or that statement just because.
The Gate of the Sun.
You have passed the test. Contact Archibald Ellis at 413 Vina Del Mar.
Okay, and all of a sudden his phone number just disappears.
Well, now that I got Purnell's key, at least getting into the locker at the NSA should be easy.
All right. So what does that mean? I guess we probably need to travel. But I'm curious if Chelsea has returned. Nope. So no Chelsea.
This scrapper.
That's not what I wanted. Purnell's key, Regan's puzzle box, containment scrap, postal receipt.
According to this postal receipt.
Oh yeah, that's the boxes. Okay. Mope alert! Hey, otaku! Welcome in. Mopes are all welcome. All mopes are welcome. I guess we're just gonna travel. We'll head to Geez, I kind of want to go to Autotech. Or Cosmic Connection. I'm not sure which one I want to do. Let's go to Autotech first. I like how this is supposed to be a highly secure federal building, and yet it seems like nobody is ever here. Alright, so which key is it? I know we got ads coming here in just a second. How am I supposed to know what key this, or what one this could, so secure only, that only Tex can get in, it seems like it. Alright. I'm going to save this here, because when we get back from these ads, I think I might run into a scenario. I'm wondering if I will be potentially triggering an alarm. Because there are more than one, I'm sure, doors that I can open. Like that one opens. Yeah. Anyway, I'll be right back, so please don't go anywhere after these messages. All right, welcome back, everybody. Sorry about those breaks there. All right. Back to where we were. Oh, Otaku, thank you for the 10 stream streak. I appreciate that. Okay, so my guess is I can use this key on this one locker that has an option to open. You can see it down here, this highlights. None of the others do. That just looks. There's one down here that opens. We know this one. I know why this one opens. This is where we got the first box from. Emily's box specifically. But I bet you there's other doors. Maybe there isn't. Maybe I just got lucky and that was the first one I happened to put my cursor over and that was it. How about on this row? That track is too short. You know what's funny? There are... I have to look and see if maybe that's the longest one, because some of those tracks actually have like shorter versions of them. Some of them have vocals and you can do the instrumental version. It's actually free music I get off Elgato's Stream Deck service, the software. They don't do a great job of organizing them, so sometimes I miss them, but I try to get the longer track. It is a good track though, isn't it? That one is anyway. So it looks like this must be it. Purnell's key.
Well, that won't work.
Oh. So this is just open.
Probably cash from a drug bust.
I'll take the money. Okay, how much do we have? Does it say how much money I have now? $90. Somehow I don't think that's $90.
Who knows what dastardly secrets are contained in these lockers?
It's the NSA after all. So is that... That's weird. That one's openable. Wait. Oh, okay. It definitely rocks, yeah. They've got some really good high energy tunes. I try to find ones that have... Oh, wait. I try to find ones that have some good beats to them.
An NSA ID badge. I bet I could get in quite a bit of trouble with this little baby.
I don't think I looked very carefully at all of these lockers before. I should have done that before. I bet I would have saved myself a lot of grief.
It's all locked up.
Okay, that might be hers. Or the one she's referring to. So we need to get over here. That seems to be it.
Well, I hope this is what Purnell wanted me to find. Or maybe she'll just have to be happy with a bootleg copy of a Bon Jovi's greatest hits CD.
I mean, if that's what it is, okay, I can deal with that. Now that I've found all kinds of goodies here, I'm going to look more closely at these lockers. I just realized I don't have the code for this stuff. I bet this is a trick. You love the dancing Quake guy. Isn't that awesome? It's really funny. One day I was sitting here, this was years ago, 4 or 5 years ago, I was sitting here thinking to myself, I would love to get the Quake Marine and have him like dancing like a fool. And I'm like, they could easily have animated that in the game. So I just searched dancing Quake guy, and I'll be damned if there wasn't a whole bunch of GIFs for it. I couldn't find an attribution to assign it because it didn't appear that it was on the original site, and there wasn't a name associated with it, and the site didn't seem to have been updated for like over a decade. Somebody had a good time. All right. If I
An NSA high security clearance badge.
I have a feeling this is going to trigger the alarm because what I'm supposed to do... Oh, and I can't open it now. Oh, yeah, I can. I don't know, what am I supposed to put in there? Paper with numbers. 1091. 10. Did that work? Dancing Quick Guy's like Dancing Doom Guy here. It's older than the internet and nobody knows who did the original. Oh, wow. Demagnetized disc. Ooh, I wonder if demagnetizing the NSA badge is going to be a bad thing.
That doesn't seem to do anything.
Okay, so I don't need to put that in there. So now, it was $500, so I had to demagnetize all of it. Thankfully, that code worked for all of them. Okay, now I should be able to fast travel. Let's go... Oh, wait, no. I don't want to fast travel yet. I want to save because I want to see if I can use this badge to get into that high security area. Is there a dancing Duke to round out the set? Oh, perchance to stream. Wouldn't that be cool? Probably, yeah. Got cash. Got badge. Got disc. Okay.
I don't think anyone else is here, but I don't want to take any chances. Getting caught in here would not be good.
So that makes me wonder what this badge will get me into.
The door to the resort.
It's locked. So that's puzzling. I have a high security NSA badge. Maybe it's not meant to be used here.
Well,
I don't think there's anything in there. He does say, "Let's dance" when hyped up. That's funny.
that doesn't...
Let's dance.
Well, that...
Remember the dancing Spider-Man? That I don't know. Wait. So is there another... There must be another...
That doesn't... Well...
There must be another location.
That doesn't...
With a keypad on it. Is there something in his office? You remember Dancing Spider-Man. Was there a keypad in here, maybe? Perhaps on that? Not that I can interact with it.
I better not use this vid phone. It's probably bugged.
You remember the third Raimi movie, but you don't think he danced in the suit.
Well, that won't. Hyperpenium 360. Whoever this guy works for, they certainly get good equipment.
Yeah, that's right. That's where we got one of the discs, but I don't know. I don't know where to get the code from. Wow. That's a really loud CD-ROM drive. Hamster Dance. Oh my god. Does dibbity but diddy doo doo dibba diddy doo. Are you? What the hell is that? It's amazing how many little paper notes make it to your desk all the time. Maybe I should stop making notes on tiny pieces of paper. You're the post-it note king, Cubics. Is that the lyrics to? I was thinking it was, but it's been so long I couldn't remember if that was where that was from. And then I was thinking, is this that skibbity toilet crap? That was my first thought too, Echo. That's what happens when you listen to it.
The sloppily painted sign 413 Vina Del Mar identifies the place as the Cosmic Connection. The display window is filled with charms, amulets, UFO books, and astrology charts. It doesn't look too promising. I open the door and step inside. An innocuous-looking little man is debating furiously with someone on the vid phone.
Look, extraterrestrial contact was made by the Russians throughout the 50s. It is well documented.
Wrong decade, Arch.
The aliens had to get rid of Kennedy before he exposed them, and LBJ was certainly under their control, if not actually one of them.
LBJ was a commie, mate.
Look, Larry, Vietnam was a ruse to divert the America's public attention and to throw our political system into chaos.
Cliche, cliche, cliche.
You know what, Larry? You're really beginning to get on my nerves here, okay? So why don't I call you back later? Goodbye.
Same bullshit, different decade.
Wow, sneak up on people like that?
I'm a PI. It's what I get paid to do. Are you Ellis?
Yeah, that's right. You must be Murphy. Here's my card. You got one?
Darn it, I think I just handed out my last one.
Oh, okay. Well, you give me one later. So, you're a private eye, huh? Never met a private eye before.
Sorry.
Hey, want some herbal tea?
No.
No? Oh, okay. So, you know Dr. Malloy?
I knew him. He's dead. The NSA murdered him.
Nerd!
Murdered him?
Actually, I think the NSA wanted to take him alive. So I gather from that the NSA wanted something from him. Now, you were with him recently. Do you have any idea what that'd be? Oh, do you mind?
Actually, I do.
So I guess this is the part where you tell me everything you know about Malloy.
I wasn't done with that yet.
Sorry.
Want me to start at the beginning?
Yeah, that's pretty standard.
Well, I publish a magazine called The Cosmic Connection. I'm sure you've heard of it. We feature investigative reports, interviews, anything concerning the supernatural, the ET, you know, anything like that. Anyway, one of my contacts in the field is a man by the name of Elijah Witt. Oh, he is a legend in the area of alien encounters. Anyway, a few months back, he set up an interview between Dr. Malloy and myself.
Did Witt say how he knew Malloy?
No, but I think that he, Witt, pulled some strings and got him, Malloy, a research lab at San Francisco Tech. Witt used to be a professor there, and,
Any idea what Malloy was doing at the research lab?
I don't really know. but he did use a strange term, the Pandora device. I'm not really sure exactly what it means.
Pandora device.
Well, yeah, he talks about the dark seed that was unleashed.
What?
Well, something got loose, something alive. I mean, come on, there's been stories around for ages. Anyway, we talked about other things, you know, Roswell, of course. You know what? What you should probably do is read some books, and I can make some recommendations.
Oh, they have big pictures.
Let's see. I'm going to start you with something light. Foucault's Pendulum. This is practically a manual on government conspiracies. And let's see. Adrift in the Telluric Currents. Now, this is a little tougher read, but it's good. It's really good. And a must-read is The Fifth Column, okay, by Richard Eco. Now, this man, he was a prophet. I mean, he proved without reasonable doubt that we've been living amongst aliens for generations, and the government knows everything. I mean, it even hints that one of our presidents was a alien, if not at least half. You know, I won't tell you which president. I want to ruin the surprise for you. Anyway, it's all in there: crop circles, abductions, etc., etc. Look, if you want my advice, don't trust anybody, okay? I mean, I can sense you're on the level here, but most of the time, people, you just don't know. I mean, aliens are everywhere, man.
Hey, Archie.
Nice Princess Bride
How do you know
reference,
I'm
Winter
not an
Slice, if modified. I don't believe they exist.
Murph, you're so silly. Everyone knows aliens deny their own existence.
Well, I appreciate you letting me borrow these.
Sure, just take them home with you.
Could I ask you a few more questions?
Sure, that would be great.
Oh, Grindhouse. Considering some of the last ones we've had, I know one that was that aliens isn't the right word, but it starts with the right letter. All right, let's see here.
I can't help you with that.
I knew you'd say that.
I can't. I can't. I can't. I can't. I can't.
I'm just looking to see if I can get a response from anything here. I don't think I'm going to get a response from these items.
I can't help you. I can't help you.
He
with
can't
that.
help me with his own magazine. What? Okay. Does he know anything about this? No.
I can't paste that. I can't paste that. I can't
It's
paste
the
that.
truth,
I can't
man.
paste that. I can't paste. I can't paste that. I can't paste that. I can't paste that. I can't paste. I can't paste that.
He can't paste that. It's the truth.
Did Malloy send you a small box made of some strange metal, no apparent way of opening it up?
Well, actually, he did, but it got stolen. That in the interview I did with Dr. Malloy. You know, I'm missing a stapler, too, and a few pens.
Anybody
I
see
don't know
my
if I
stapler?
misplaced them or...
Well, let me get this straight. You just let somebody waltz in here and take the box?
Well, no, actually, I hid it. But whoever broke in, they knew exactly what they were looking for.
Interesting.
The interview that I did with Dr. Malloy was on 2 separate discs. They only got the first one. You want to watch it?
Yeah.
Sorry for the interruption, Doctor. This power cell, as you call it, could it be used to power these ships?
Hypothetically. But first, we'd have to get into the Roswell complex. And the military isn't about to roll out the red carpet.
Well, rumors have circulated for years about what really happened there. Would you care to shed some light on the incident?
Well, I can only tell you what I've heard.
Yeah.
Among the various items recovered at the Roswell crash were several egg-shaped capsules stored inside a containment chamber. Now, no one could figure out how to open the capsules, so they faded into the background for years. Then the researchers figured out how to operate the accelerator. Apparently, someone used it on one of the capsules, and something was released into the facility. And whatever it was, it killed off almost everyone in the complex before the military could quarantine the area.
And no one's been in the complex since then?
Not that I know of.
Thank you for your time, Doc. So, what do you think? Pretty cool, huh?
Well, the stuff about Roswell was interesting. He didn't say anything about the Pandora device.
Nope. So what are we gonna do now?
Well, I've got to find out more about the Pandora device. Maybe I ought to contact Elijah Witt.
Ooh, I don't think that's a very good idea.
Why not?
Well, you see, Mr. Witt, he's a personal friend of mine, but he's very important, very private person. He doesn't like strangers. Too many wackos on the loose, if you know what I mean.
Yeah, I know exactly what you mean, Archie.
Sorry for the volume being so low. They didn't do a great job of maintaining consistent volume from scene to scene, so...
Oh, the doctor was a really nice guy.
He's like 6'3",
I'm really sorry
6'4",
to hear that
something
he's
like
no
that.
longer on this Earth plane. Dead.
I forget. I remember looking it up once because somebody else asked, "Hey, Mar, by the way, good to see you there. I didn't see you pop in. I hope you had a good weekend." And I apologize for not calling you out there initially. I think I got distracted by the cutscenes. But yeah, he's like 6'3" or something. He's relatively tall. You've been lurking. That's all good for me.
There were strange designs on the box. They looked Mayan or Aztec. I told you what I know. I mean, by name, I guess it's something powerful and something Dr. Malloy doesn't want to let loose. Well, I'm just one of the few people who realize that we are not alone in the universe. I mean, anyone who thinks otherwise is insane.
I would say everything up to this point makes him sound insane, but odds are, yes, we are not alone in this universe. It is infinite in size, and the fact that we're here pretty much ups the odds that there is another intelligent life somewhere else in this universe.
I don't know anything about any other boxes. Malloy never mentioned them. Yeah, that's the pen name for Elijah Witt. He uses for his books.
Jeez.
It's an anagram of his real name.
Yeah, I was going to say it's an anagram. Now that I see that, I would, oh, wait a minute. J.I. Thelwade and Elijah Witt are the same. Yes, okay. My bet is on a smart mushroom race, yeah.
Sure, I know about the book. You don't? I mean, I read it at least 100 times.
Yeah, intelligence could be rare. Life most likely isn't. I mean, the odds of getting more specific for sure. Just like the odds of an intelligent life, or even any life, even remotely resembling what we look like, would be rare. Intelligence can appear in all kinds of ways. Could be an intelligent amoeba for all we know. I don't know. There's not much intelligence on Earth. That's true. Now, here's a thought for you too. Not only is the universe, if we take the universe as infinite in size and the possibility of other other civilizations existing outside of our own solar system, galaxy, really, you then have to start to question the infinite in size. Are we but ants to another race? Right? Dead Island 2 has finished downloading, so if you'll kindly excuse me, it's time to visit Hell-A. Have fun with Dead Island 2. Thank you for being here, Otaku. 90% of the aliens are basically humans in makeup, unless you're saying Star Trek lied to me. They didn't lie to you. They told us the truth. They're the only ones telling us the truth. But no, think about it for a second. I mean, even Men in Black, and this was something I thought of even before I saw the end of Men in Black, because that actually just made me went, wait, so I'm not the only one with that thought. They did that in a bit in The Simpsons. The solar system is but an atom of a higher life form. Yeah, exactly. I mean, you could imagine if the universe is, if we think about it in 2D, well, actually, I take that back. People will say that we think about the universe in 3D. We think of it in all ways, but I think we're missing a dimension. I guess the fourth dimension, fifth dimension, sixth, seventh, eighth dimension, however many more dimensions you want to add, but at least one more is the scaling of the size. So if there are planets that are 10 times the size of our sun, imagine the size of the sun in that particular solar system. How big could that sun be in order to control something of that significance and mass, for it to orbit? Now you're talking flatland. Plus, could be parallel universes. Yeah, then you start getting into parallel universes, things like sliders, or alternate timelines, all kinds of crazy stuff. I don't know how far I would go into believing any of that, but I could easily accept the possibility of a scalable universe where we are, like you said, but an atom, basically, to a bigger race. You need to think how big the biggest black hole is. The biggest black hole we know of. But if we think of the black hole as a whole and not as a giant mass of matter that is highly condensed and compressed, then we think of it as something that is not an object but some kind of an anomaly. But in reality, as far as we know, it's literally just sucking up all matter and compressing it heavily into its core. Bigger than the solar system, yeah. Could also get into the fact that we're just repeating what we were told. You got a spacecraft in your garage. Yeah. No, you're right. We do have a tendency to just parrot what we've been told, and that doesn't mean it's right. 50 million people can be wrong. The galaxy is on Orion's belt. Thank you very much. I forget who it was that said that originally. The guy whose cat it belonged to. Technically, there is not a true black hole, only quasi-black holes, but not one that matches the mathematical ideal. Hey, how's it going? Freddy's dead. Andromeda is bigger. Could be. I really don't know. I have no idea as far as like all the rest of it. As far as I know, as far as I'm concerned anyway, my overly simplistic viewpoint of how all of that stuff works. But it is a question that has always puzzled me as long as I can remember. What is the universe? In our perspective, we have this limited idea, like teeny tiny microscopic limited idea of really what it's about. And we can't really have any other viewpoint that's valid simply because we can't actually view it. I mean, if you think about it, even stuff that is 1,000 light years away and we're seeing light from it, that's events that happened 1,000 years ago. That's not what's happening right now in that quadrant, that region. So when you start getting even further out, millions of light years away, that predates, in some cases, even the existence of dinosaurs, right? I mean, depending on how far back you go. My policy is our knowledge and understanding of the fundamental forces of the universe are too limited to make any conclusive statements. I agree with that 100%. Because, our ideas of physics and how things work here may be limited to our experiences with the way those forces are balanced in this section of our universe. And I say balanced because if things work consistently throughout the universe, like matter has the same properties and interactive features as it does here, creating gravity and things like that, then you get into another region of the universe. What other forces balance how matter interacts and functions elsewhere? And if that's the case, or even new forms of matter we haven't even come across yet, or new forms of states of matter we haven't come across yet or found. We don't even know where black holes go. But that's the thing, Mar. My understanding, and granted, I'm not a physicist, nor am I theoretical, but I have never seen black holes as a whole. Think of a giant dead planet. Actually, let me back up. Take a sponge. You take a big sponge, right? Say a big sponge, and it's this big around, but you can take it and you can squeeze that sponge down to like the size of a marble. And my understanding is that's really what a black hole is. A collapsed star or some other kind of highly energized body of matter collapses in on itself, condenses heavily. The amount of gravitational pull begins to pull other stuff into it, which then continues to further that collapse and condensation, or whatever you want to call that. I don't know what the right word is. And it gets bigger and bigger, and the more matter that's there, the stronger the pull. Eventually, you have what we would see as a black hole. We already know that the Earth can bend light just from the gravitational forces there. So imagine 1,000 times that gravitational force, how well it could bend light there as well. That's a fun conversation. So that's how I see a black hole. So I don't really see it as a hole. I mean, it's a hole because it sucks all light away, and you can't really see anything but like a black hole in view. So I keep changing the narrative. Yeah. What's really, and maybe I'm crazy for thinking that way. I really don't know, but that's just how I try to justify and understand it, because it's a tough subject to grasp. You know, we can't really see it, right? And we can't really touch it or really study it per se. I mean, we can observe. That's about as close as we can get. We can't even throw anything into one to see what happens. What's really crazy is life on Earth had started much later. The expansion of the universe would have put all the cool stuff out of our range and sight, and we wouldn't have learned about any of them. That's a good point. If you spin a water droplet, it flattens. It's called an oblate spheroid. Yep. Earth is mostly water. Well, and Earth is not perfectly round. It is somewhat squished. The equator is actually the furthest distance apart on the planet, not the axis. You know, they're actually closer than the distance of the diameter of the equator. Yeah, exactly. An oblate spheroid. Thank you. Now you want to play Mass Effect. Light is just right. Everything is a wavelength. Everything is a wavelength, Freddy. Every single thing that we do, sound, light, the wind is waves of wind that push. If you could see them. Now, the difference in whether we can view the wavelength is how big the wave is. To give you some perspective, 20 hertz frequency is something like 40 feet in length from valley to valley or peak to peak. So that's a 20 hertz frequency. That's something we can just barely hear if we have really perfect hearing. So if you start getting to like sub-frequencies, those wavelengths can get really far apart. Imagine dropping down to 10 hertz. It goes from roughly 40 to 80 feet, and then you drop down to, say, 1 hertz, and then you go from 80 to roughly 160. Now, I don't know what happens when you hit 0. I guess there's no movement. Fart waves of wind. Well, a fart makes sounds, that's wave, right? In a few more years, it will all be one more grave among the orange blossoms. And our music is played at 440 hertz. Only if you just want to play A. If you want to just play an A, that's humans can't even hear anything below 20 hertz. That's not entirely accurate. It's true that on average 20 hertz is the lowest frequency range, but I'll tell you something that happened to me as a kid. And it's something I still have a weird possession for being able to do. I was about, 7 or 8 years old, and I had a hearing test. Went to a doctor's office. He was a ear, nose, and throat doctor, and they did tests on us regularly as kids, when I was growing up, like in elementary school and preschool, that kind of thing. And he actually hooked me up to a machine that would play notes, different years. You've probably been through these tests. I'm sure somebody here has. Different years, low frequencies, high frequencies, mid frequencies, to figure out how well we can hear, like what's our limitations and frequencies and our ability to detect directions. Once you get below roughly about 200 hertz, things begin to muddy as far as directions. We can't really easily determine a direction from the sound. That's why somebody's driving down the street with, like big subs in their car. Sometimes you can't really tell what direction it's coming from. You just hear the booming coming. It's like it's coming from everywhere. So anyway, so doing this test, the doctor playing all these different frequencies. And he's like, okay, so when you hear a frequency, if you hear it in both ears, raise both hands. If you hear it in your right ear, raise your right hand. Your left ear, raise your left ear. If you don't hear it at all, just don't do anything. And we'll move on. I said, okay. So he starts playing these notes, these sine waves through an oscilloscope. And each note I picked up. And so he started, and then he apparently started focusing on low notes because, again, I was really young, so I don't remember all of this. And I remember my mother talking about it and the doctor talking to me about it. And he said, at the end of the test, he says, you actually could hear stuff no one I've ever tested could hear. And now, granted, yeah, as a little kid, you can hear Brownian motion. I was actually able to not only pick up frequencies as low as roughly 5 hertz, but I could detect the direction they were coming from. And so, and it's funny because I did this just the other day. I can also feel that, like you said, the Brownian motion, I can feel those low frequencies. And I think that's part of what helped me understand the notes, the sounds. But I've never really lost that. I mean, it's not as good as it used to be because I'm older and you lose your hearing as you get older. It starts to diminish. But I still have that ability. It's really crazy. You can feel 20 hertz. But I still disagree that you can't hear it. Only because of my personal experience. I will say most people can't hear it. But it's just like somebody who can see a slightly expanded color spectrum. Doesn't mean that they can't see it. Just because you can't and most people can't see it doesn't mean that somebody doesn't have the ability to. It's not really an extra sensory, I don't think. I think it's more along the lines of something is formed in our physical, I guess, attributes that allow us to really pick those up. It's weird. I don't know. I don't really have an explanation for it, but it is fascinating to me. The only reason you know is because I'm extremely familiar with the professional car audio scene. It is common for professional car audios to builds to get into the mid-low 20s. Yeah. Tuned to 32 hertz. You see visual snow. Hasn't been until a while ago that your eye doc said that's a thing. Yeah. Everybody has their own weird and basically useless superpower. Yeah, for most people, it's pretty useless. This is pretty useless to me because I've never found an actual use for being able to have that. It's just one of those, it's like, I did this once, and that's really cool. But it's like, for example, coffee was coming back from the grocery store. I was in the kitchen. The sink was going. That's white noise. You know, the sink was flowing because I was actually washing some dishes. And I heard something. And I turned off the faucet, and I could feel, like in my chest, I could feel the engine rumbling, which was all the way on the other side of the house from where I was. She was backing into the parking space in our driveway when she got home. And I'm like, I swear she's home. So I go and I open the front door and I look out, and I didn't see the front of the car. I said, I guess I was wrong. I didn't get halfway across the house and she walked in. I went, I guess I did hear it. You learn how to focus it. At Grindhouse, that's actually a good way to put it. Yes, you learn how to focus it. Your wife is an ENT. She's always been fascinated by hearing. Her family has quite an extensive history of hearing loss, total deafness. Wow. You could tell when thunderstorms are coming. I'm not like radar in MASH. Like, I don't know, maybe I could hear a helicopter coming from a much further distance at one point in my life, but I don't know. I never really had a reason to tune in on it. But if you know what I'm talking about, Radar had this, he was nicknamed Radar because he had this ability to know when the helicopters were coming before anybody else could hear it. It's crazy that people hear ringing, yet no ringing is going on. Yeah, the tinnitus and all that stuff. You will eventually develop a little bit of it in your lifetime. Everybody does. You never get away from it. Some people have it so severely it completely deafens them. Like they just can't hear hardly anything but. But anyway, where was I? Okay, sure. I know the book. You don't. I mean, I've read it at least 100 times. We gotta get going here. Let's see.
Oh, the doctor was a really nice guy. I'm really sorry to hear that he's no longer on this earth plane. You know, dead.
Dead. You sleep with the TV on, no sound bothers you. Yeah, I mean, everybody has what they need that makes them feel comfortable. Some people need noise to make them feel comfortable. Like they need to hear comforting sounds, whether that's the sound of the wind blowing through the trees or the soft rain. Mystic, he doesn't like the rain. He hides from the rain. He doesn't want that sound. Instead, he just lays over here next to me.
I don't know. Well, I subscribe to the Mirror. It's a little soft on conspiracy issues, but yeah, not bad overall.
Not bad overall.
Oh, Mr. Witt is a living legend in the UFOologist community. I would love to have him over for some herbal tea and conversation, but he's always busy. I guess I just have to be content with his books.
It's probably not inaccurate at all, Mara. They probably do like to hear him talk. It's something that makes him comfortable. Cat, how you doing? 35 months.
Cat just subscribed with Prime. I don't know, a bito man meow.
Hey, Cat, you might appreciate this. I've been having to deal with an overheating component. My 9800 Pro, the ATI 9800 Pro, is acting a little bit flaky. So I might have to message you. Maybe you can help me. Yeah, that's normal. It's a 9800 Pro, exactly. Yeah, here we go. Go! Oh, yes! Sarah Boone, get fucked. Oh, yes. Go, Diddleman. Nice job. That was awesome. Sorry to interrupt.
I can't paste that. I can't paste that. I can't
For
paste
those...
that. I can't paste. I can't paste that. I can't paste that. I can't paste that. I can't paste. I can't paste that.
He can't paste that. So, for those who are in the YouTube channel, I just watched the moderation function in Mix It Up work, and it instantly removed that garbage from my YouTube channel. Oh, that was awesome. Hell yes. All right. Anyway, so yeah, I know, 9800 Pro acts flaky. But anyway, so I might have to message you because I'm curious. I feel like I probably should, while I've got it disassembled, reflow the solder on it. I don't know how much experience you have with that as far as the layman's way of doing it. So I might ask your advice. But I ended up picking up some hardware to replace the heatsink, which the fan had died, and I had a sort of a jury rig solution on there with a bigger fan, heavier fan. Theoretical or practical experience. I've done it once with a motherboard many years ago, and it worked for me. Basically stuck it in an oven and let it heat up. Yeah, fan dying on these cards is the #1 cause of death. Exactly. And the paste crusting up. I had replaced the paste when I got it because it was dry as a bone. And this is one of those that has little plastic clips with springs on them. And the clips were kind of loose. So I don't think the heatsink was really snugly against the GPU in the first place, making it even less effective. So I cleaned it up, made sure that the connectors were secure, but I think the heavier fan might have still been pulling it away from the GPU, reducing its connection. So I ended up getting a new heatsink, which seems really anemic. So I'll show you the difference here because I know this is something you enjoy, at least to a degree. See, here's the original heatsink and fan from the All-in-Wonder Pro, because the 9800 Pro actually has a slightly smaller heatsink, and it's a trapezoid. It's not perfect 90-degree angles. So that's that. And this is the replacement, which was a brand new, old stock, like 15-year-old plus heatsink. Now, it looks like this may not be all that significant. This weighs about twice as much as this does, so it's actually more dense. It's aluminum, just like the original heatsink, but the fan's faster. I presume it pushes more air. Hopefully it does. But at least this fan works. I have to get a shim for it, though, because the big issue is that raised point there is what allows it to clear the bracket on around the GPU. So I can't do that with the other heatsink. It doesn't have a little shim. So I've got shims on order, copper shims to slip in between. Looks like a Rage 128 fan. I mean, it's probably the same fan. I mean, it's ATI. This is a 9800 series or a 9000 series. And, if it pushed sufficient amount of air, I'm sure they wouldn't have got new hardware if they didn't need to. dead fan kills your 9500 Pro. I had a 9600 XT, so we'll see. But I also picked up, and this is really my big concern because I don't think I'll have an issue with the GPU cooling. That really I don't think is the big problem. But I picked up some little heat sinks to put on the memory chips. So I've got some thermal tape so that they just stick right on. These are actually 11 millimeter by 11 millimeter. They're 10 millimeter square memory chips. So little Samsung modules, and then we just got some tape pre-applied. So I'm going to put these on there. There's total 8 chips on the card. So 128 was that 32 megabytes each. Kind of excited to get that done, but I've got to wait for the shims to come in, and then hopefully I can get the XP rig back up and running again, stable. And hopefully there's no permanent damage to it, because that's the real concern. Permanent damage to the GPU. But anyway. Looks like a Rage 128. Yeah, sorry. Oh, Mr. Witt is a living legend of the ufologist community. I would love to have him over for some herbal tea and conversation, but he's always busy. I guess I just have to be content with his books. So that is Mr. Witt.
Well, as you can see, my shop here isn't just for anyone, but my magazine is written to be interesting and informative to all readers of all ages.
Hey,
Yeah,
Tues,
that's the code name for the research done at Roswell on the alien wreckage. I don't have any real good documentation on it. The government keeps a very tight lid on it.
How you doing, Drew Stu? It's going pretty good here.
Sorry. Yeah, she's a reporter for the Bay City Mirror. I mean, I tried to get her to write for the Cosmic Connection, but we didn't hit it off real well.
She doesn't hit it off real well with anybody. She's like the sourest, most deadpan human in life.
Sure, I know about NSA. Scary group. I mean, it's common knowledge they're being run by aliens.
Being run by aliens? Really? You might be right in this game. It's always cool to see some Tex Murphy. I love Tex Murphy. This is such a fun little game to play through.
Sorry.
You were lurking. Hey, Durga, welcome in. You were lurking. Heard about the ringing science talk. Wish your older brother didn't get tinnitus. Lucky, yeah. Not everybody. If I misspoke, I didn't mean for it to sound like that. Not everybody necessarily gets tinnitus, but everybody develops a little bit of ringing in the ears at some point. It's really hard not to in this society. Too much potential for being hit with loud noise, especially if you happen to have gone to concerts, things like that. But they can be caused by other issues. I mean, ringing in your ears can be caused by tension. Muscle spasms in the neck. I've heard people say that causes them, people with chronic headaches, things like that. So if you didn't have any ringing at all, that's really good. That's really, really amazing. Very funny games, some sort of unusual for games to be legitimately funny, yeah. You swear cinemas get louder every year. Well, there is, yeah, and cinemas can get that way. The thing about movies that kind of bugs me is at least up until about 15 years ago, most movies were the sound, the mixing was really dynamic. It was meant to be trying to create the most realistic environment to what you see on screen.
I think there's someone in the bushes there.
And that meant that you had really wide dynamics. You could go, well, take Forrest Gump, for example. There's a scene in Forrest Gump just before the first bullet lands in the Vietnam scene. If you watch this, it's a great example of sound dynamics. It goes from an almost dead silent scene to you hearing the ricochet of a bullet, and then bam, full volume. It's so loud.
Incoming ads for you non-subscribers. Use your Twitch Prime now.
So there's two ways to achieve how loud that is. One, you can make that signal really hot, bring it all the way up to where it's just below clipping. In other words, it's not, it's going to be non-distorted, but it's going to be clear, but it's also right at the limit. And then you can have a sound that's quieter than that, but if you really want to take advantage of the dynamics, you just need to make the quieter scene even quieter. Make that gap even wider. People have a hard time really understanding what is a loud sound until they hear a variation of some kind. So that really quiet to loud scene. Now, I know this from personal experience. I used to be a projectionist back when Forrest Gump came out, and that was inevitably the scene that would bring every single person out of the theater to scream, "It's too loud." And what was that, 94? It was Forrest Gump, for God's sakes, you know. But it was an early digital print, and dynamics were much broader in digital audio than they were in the analog tracks that we had back then. Thank you for the lurk there, Susie. They get louder and the speaker quality is shittier. Believe it or not, Blimp, that is a combination of shitty acoustics in the theater, poor speaker placement, poorly tuned speaker systems, which is not uncommon in theaters. They do basic treatments to the acoustics. They don't really, unless you go into a really nice theater, they generally don't do a great job of setting things up so that they're calibrated properly. The other problem is, I don't know, they call it the Michael Bay effect. At least that's what I've heard it referred to. And that apparently is tied mostly into the fact that Michael Bay had this real penchant for just making every explosion sound like it was going to blow the building up. And that's really not necessary, in my opinion. Again, using dynamics appropriately, using silence when necessary, using loud sounds, or not necessary, silence when appropriate, and then transitioning to a loud sound, those really make a bigger difference. What you don't want in sound is to be completely overwhelmed with sound constantly. You can use it to build tension, but then you need to use points and silence at appropriate moments, using the timing correctly to get people's attention and to reset what they think is loud. You're thinking of the THX spoof in Looney Tunes. Now the audience is deaf. Yeah. Well, that was because that really was loud. It actually does take advantage of the full dynamic range, because if you listen to the beginning, in fact, guess what? Here, hang on a second, because we did this last week. Hang on. Here we go. All right. And of course, it's, or you guys probably hear the audio, but it's not. Brr. Yeah, it just goes from really quiet to really loud. The right to left. So didn't George Lucas make a push for THX certified theaters? If they weren't certified, they couldn't play the prequels or something? I don't know about that, but THX was a device created by George Lucas to unify standards in audio and video playback. That was the goal, because every theater was different. Like I said before about the calibration issue, some theaters are really bad about how they calibrate things. Imagine going into a friend's house. They threw up a sound bar and a couple of wireless speakers in the back and said, "Oh, we got this great home theater," and you listen to it and you can't hear a damn thing because the room isn't really treated properly. The sound bar is crappy. It's, not really calibrated well for the environment, that kind of thing.
Use your Twitch Prime now.
And that would be the impression people had that was supposed to be good. Then you hear something that's properly calibrated. You can hear the dialogue. It's clear. It's crisp. It's not deafening to a point where you feel uncomfortable. It's like being hit in the face with warm water versus ice water. The shock is different. Very different. Isn't Atmos standard now? It's become the commonality. I mean, THX is dead at this point. I think, was it Creative owned THX at one point? They bought it, and I forget what happened to it since then, but it is dead. Long gone. Hey, an off day, 5 stream streak. Thank you. Sorry if you're crossing a line here. You're talking about sound so often and with such passion. Are you a sound engineer? I was Let me put it this way. I was a music student in college. I was always interested in audio, and I still am. It's just something I've always loved to do, and I've loved to tinker with. And I think it goes back to some of the things I was capable of doing. And we've got ads coming, so we'll come back and finish this conversation in a few minutes. I'll see you guys. Don't go anywhere. Be right back.
Subscription to Marlboro Fall 4.
There we go. Oh, an anonymous gifter. Nice. Thank you so much for the gift sub to Mar. Whoever the anonymous gifter was. You remember your local theater were approved to show Star Wars 1 despite being such a small place. They had to be THX certified. Hey, Pi. Yeah, the theater I saw the prequels in, none of them were THX certified. And I saw them either day of release or just before. I think the first one I actually was able to watch before it came out because I still knew people who worked at theaters I could get in free. Makes sense in a way. It's cool that it pushed theaters to upgrade. You can also use inverse. Though if the smaller theater is struggling and couldn't afford those upgrades. Yeah, the THX thing, I mean, look up and see how expensive it is to have a professional acoustician and architect come and actually design or set up or even treat even a small room. It's not cheap. Imagine doing it in a 400+ seat house, like, for a theater. Huge ceiling. Massive box of a room. Not the best environment. Probably have to put a lot of materials in. There's a reason why the best auditoriums are not they don't have parallel walls. There's a reason for that. The owner had to increase his schedule to keep up with the ticket sales. Oh geez. It was expensive to upgrade. Some of the surrounding cities didn't have places certified, so a lot drove those extra miles to see the movie. And in some cases, it might have been where it was just preferred. I don't know about here. You have a pair of Logitech PC speakers that you bought a couple of years back that are THX certified. You'll pretend that they do something special. So here's the basic premise behind THX certification for speakers. I'll tell you this from what I remember back over 25 years ago. The idea, there's more to it than this. This is the basic parameters for it, though, so you'll have to look up for the full details. But they had to produce a certain sound pressure level, minimum, and they had to produce a certain frequency range, and they couldn't deviate in volume the sound pressure level at different frequencies. So, for example, you couldn't go more than, say, 2 decibels louder at any given frequency than what would be considered flat. By comparison, today, if you bought something like a pair of Beats headphones, I'm going to say something that's going to upset a lot of people, and I'm sorry, I don't mean to upset you, but they're garbage by comparison because they don't treat sound neutrally. And that's true for most headphones. These do the same thing. These do not treat sound neutrally. These headphones are supposed to treat them neutrally. I've never tested it, so I really don't know how neutral they are. I have a pair of AKG K240s that are treating them neutrally, meaning they don't accent certain frequencies. But for computer speakers, gaming headphones, even modern-day headphones, they all accentuate different frequencies because people don't understand what is actual good sound. They understand what sounds good to them. And Bose generally tend to suck. Yes, they really do. Beats suck. Bose tends to suck. Bose does the same thing Beats does. They were doing it 35 years ago. They put out one good set of speakers back in the 70s that were ridiculously overpriced, and that's pretty much the only reason Bose is in existence today. No kidding. I think it was the 901 series, I believe it was. And so that's pretty much it. With feng shui certification. Beats are awful. Bass boosting is like the terrible fast food of audio. It is. That's actually a good analogy in my opinion. Bose is Beats for fancy people. Yeah. The thing that's really unfortunate about Beats to me is that you have a well-known producer and musician who slapped his name on it. And while I don't necessarily blame him for making money off of it, that gave it a legitimacy it never had for a lot of people. I mean, think about it. Oh, Dr. Dre supported these. He was involved with this. They must be good. No, I guarantee you they don't mix with those headphones. I guarantee you there is not a single musician who goes into a studio and mixes with Beats headphones as their primary listening device. They're going to use studio monitors or they're going to use really, really high quality neutral headphones. You have Bayer Dynamic headphones. Yeah, Bayer Dynamic is generally exceptionally good. Audio-Technica generally has good reputation. AKG used to have a good reputation. Sennheiser's pretty much taken over where AKG used to be, even though they were pretty much their direct competitor for decades in that high-end market. I think you can blame them for an inferior product. Yeah. You got your razors for free, but they still work. After 3 years, you keep them. So, yeah, and when it comes to buying headphones or speakers or whatever, you can buy for audio quality, expect to pay a good price for a pretty high price for something that actually does sound good. However, most people should probably consider buying for features and what sounds good to them, because this is the thing that I want you to understand. I don't think Beats are bad for everyone. They're just not good headphones in general if you're looking for a neutral audio field. So everybody has a different idea of what's good for them. If that's what you want to hear, go for it, right? Not going to knock you for it. Yeah, so that's pretty much it. And of course, what was it? Was it Beats that people would disassemble and they're like, look, they put little weights in these things because they're so cheaply made. They make them feel more substantial. Like these headphones, oh my God, these things are so light. There's nothing in them. But I've had these headphones for over 10 years, and they have been beat to snot. It's crazy how much work has been put on these things. Headphones also pointlessly boost bass, but you have them plugged into a mixer that can adjust, low, mid, high range. So a win, you can somewhat balance it out. Same with these. The software with these comes with an equalizer, and I usually go to the flat and I bring the bass down just a little bit, like 300 hertz, and below I drop a couple of decibels. And then I have to raise the highs just a smidge because the highs are a little weak in those headphones too for some reason. You don't think anybody buys Beats for the sound. People buy them because the marketing worked. That's exactly it. But for some people, the marketing is what convinced them that they're good. It's like looking at somebody who buys cars. Well, buy anything, really. People buy what they can afford. But people will buy what they can afford that they think other people will like to see them having. So, for example, if they think people wants them to have Beats headphones, and that's their materialistic aversion, of course, that's what they're going to buy. Same with buying cars. People buy really crummy cars, like really bad, poorly made cars, because that's what they think people want them to be driving. In other words, people worry about what other people think about them. Don't worry about what other people think about you. Who cares? I mean, it really doesn't matter. I mean, I appreciate how anybody can think positively about anything I've done or said, but, ultimately, it's not really important. It's important what I think about me, right? And the same for you. You should be more concerned about what you think about yourself. But for not knowing people follow the expert, if Dr. Dre approves it, it must be good. And that's exactly my point, Pi. Because somebody, a high-powered, celebrity that would have experience in their mind's eye, has told them that. And Pi, that goes back to a discussion you and I had about somebody else. But we won't discuss on this channel. You heard the U.S. Air Force bought Bose headsets years ago. Now, as far as that's concerned, for using them for voice and stuff like that, who cares? That wouldn't make any difference. As long as you can hear, right? And because they have a programmed EQ built into the headsets, who's to say they didn't have them modify the equalizer? So there's possible reasons for a purpose like that. But just like the U.S. Air Force bought a bunch of PlayStation 3s. You remember that 12, 15 years ago? That talk. Behavioral economics, it's a thing. Behavioral economics, marketing, bullshit. Yeah, right? It's all bullshit. Why? I'm sorry? Why? Anyway, let's see what we have here. We got other stuff we can... Oh, the PS3. The PlayStation 3's processor, if you go back and look at the marketing history from Sony, was actually a really powerful processor for the time. It was very specialized for what they did, or for what it was meant to do, and apparently it had something that they could use to run a whole bunch of these things in parallel and make a really cheap supercomputer or something along those lines. It's pretty cool though. But look it up. Look up Air Force and PS3s. There should be articles that talk about it, because I remember it being a really big deal back when it came out. It ran folding at home. Okay.
That name isn't familiar to me.
You could stack them, cheap mainframe. That must be what it was, yeah.
I can't help you with that. Oh, yeah, someone by that name contacted me a couple of weeks ago. You know, he was trying to locate Dr. Malloy, but I couldn't give him much help.
That's the... I think we're pretty much out.
Well, you know, it's good to meet someone with the same ideas as me. You know, I get so tired of people thinking I'm some kind of kook or something.
I mean, he is a bit of a kook, but, you know.
Talking to Ellis was like entering the Twilight Zone. All this hocus-pocus about aliens and quarantines. And what's the story of the Pandora device Ellis referred to? I wonder if it could be linked to the boxes Malloy sent out.
Say good night there, Johnny Thompson. Keep posting it. Come on, Ditterman. Do your job, man. Oh, I see what you did. I see what you did. You know what? We can fight this war. Sorry, I know I'm talking to myself. If you're on YouTube, you'll know what I mean. Yeah, that's that garbage that I'm talking about. About the 33rd largest supercomputer in the world right now is the U.S. Air Force Research Laboratory's AFRL newest system, which has a core made up of 1,760 Sony PlayStation 3 consoles. In addition to its large capacity, the so-called Condor cluster is capable of performing 500 trillion floating point operations per second, making it the fastest interactive computer in the entire U.S. Defense Department. Article from, 2010. That sounds about right. All right. All right. I don't know exactly where we're going next. I guess. Can't imagine it's quite competitive anymore. Yeah, maybe not. I hadn't heard about it in ages, though. How about we take a visit to the police station? Disc 2, you say? Sorry, Timmy. Uncle Sam needs your PS3. I'm just going to keep this moderation tab open on my Mix It Up, so every single time this joker posts garbage messages, I can eventually make it so that they can't do anything. Either start talking right or just keep getting banned. That was a plot line of later episodes of Person of Interest. Interesting. Pretty much died when they killed the ability to install Linux on the PS3 in 2010. With the government, they probably have a secret special firmware update for their version of the PS3 specifically for that. That would not be unusual. Customized firmware specifically for their application. Those weren't on PSN, yeah. So they either kept the original firmware
Make it quick,
or they
Murphy.
updated
I got
it.
about a million things to do.
With
And
one only
wasting time
custom
on
made
you
for them. But even then, if they die, you can't replace it. At this point, they're probably not interested in it. They probably gave it a lifespan of some kind. Like, we'll say 3 years, and then we're going to have to replace it because it'll be too old. It's the military, I don't know what they use it for, so You know, a heavy drinker's nose when you see one. Well, he is supposed to be a cop, but believe it or not, this is supposedly Chris Jones's actual brother, which Chris Jones is Tex Murphy. And I'm thinking that nose is a prosthetic.
We've known each other a long time, Mac. You don't need to pretend you're busy every time I stop by.
Look, I doubt you will understand this concept, Murphy, but I have a real job, and I've got a lot to do today. So go ahead and ask me a few questions, but then get out of my hair and go play detective somewhere else.
Somewhere else. You know what grinds your gears? A lack of good low latency wireless monitoring. Yeah, that's why I don't use wireless mostly. I use wireless headphones when we do multiplayer gaming and streaming and things like that. It's easier, and I don't have to have this in my face. I can use the microphone on the headset. Oh, wait a minute. Tempting? Oh, that's the limited run games. Wow. That's $175. That ain't tempting. That's a nope for me. Wow. It's awesome. The special box for a PC game. It's a little much.
If we can't do 1,200 for Vampire Diaries, we can't do 175 for...
Yeah. The cheap one is $90. If they're brothers, he's probably said those words to him before, quite likely. So the character is a heavy drinker. I'm guessing he is. But, you know, this is supposed to be a gritty film noir kind of thing. You know, in those movies and books, these guys always have a bottle of, like, bourbon or whiskey and a little flask in their desk drawer somewhere. So, yeah. Their PC editions tend to be meh, in my opinion. For new games... Yeah, I'd probably be willing to agree with that in most cases, but I do like the stuff that they put out. It's like getting Loot Crate with a game. That's really what it is. What's that? Oh, the bottle of whiskey or bourbon, yeah. Well. You usually just get the key on a piece of paper, which doesn't really feel that special when you're buying a boxed edition. Sometimes, for a lot of them, they end up being on a USB drive. You pre-ordered the LRG Rise of the Triad lunchbox set? Wow. It'd be nicer if they printed it on something more permanent. But Sarisha, I think what you're talking about... where did I put it? There it is. I haven't opened this yet. I've been kind of tempted to see it's still got the plastic on it. So this is Fallout 4. I've never opened it because I actually have a copy of it that I purchased on Steam. But there's something in there. There's something in there. I don't know, it might be a disc. But it's not up to date. I can guarantee that. Yeah, it comes with a thumb drive. In fact, that thumb drive looks exactly like... and I bet it is. That thumb drive is almost certainly this. Only I took the little metal piece off of it and threw it away a long time ago that swings out of the way. So the one that's in that link that Pilazon just posted looks just like this. I'm sure it's bigger. This is only like 512 megabytes. I've had this for over a decade. But that looks exactly like this thumb drive. Yeah, it's just a generic USB drive. I mean, it still works. But anyway, so I've put it to you. I'm going to open this. I've never opened this. It's not going to make any difference to it value-wise, so we'll take the plastic off. Practically falling off anyway. So, Fallout 4. Did it come with... oh, Mystic got excited. No. Back up. It's rattly stuff. Hey, Gregor! So, I'll let you see it. Stuff will probably fall out. Hopefully it doesn't. There's a disc in there! Look at that! There really is a disc in there. Fallout 4 Seasons Pass. The disc itself. Hey, Gregor. Actually, pretty decent screen printing on it, too. So nice printing on the cover. Looks like the door, the vault door. So that's kind of cool. And then there is the Vault Dwellers Survival Guide Condensed Edition. Thank you. And then on the back of that is actually a registration code. To help reduce the risk of photosensitive seizures, take the following procedures or precautions. That's pretty much the condensed version of it. And of course, it's all in one of those really thin, weak DVD cases because that's the way they do that crap nowadays. I keep this stuff for ages, you know. How are we all doing? Having a wonderful Friday? Yeah, so far we're having a good Friday. But yeah, that's very true what you say, though. A lot of times these just come with a card inside of these cases and with a code, and you just go to Steam and you install it. And I hate that. But this one actually came with a disc. I'm not really sure how this would work. I'm not sure if this would take you to Steam or if it would try to use the Bethesda launcher. Because this is old enough, it would have used Bethesda's. I don't know. You're unable to focus today, so you're going to hop off. I understand. Thank you for being here, Echo. Rev Brown.
Rev Brown just subscribed for 20 months.
Of course you do.
Yeah, thank you so much for the 20 months, Rev Brown. How has your week been? Has it been nice? Has it been fun? You're mistaken when you spoke before. The one you saw had a generic USB drive like pictured above, and that was your issue with it. You'd rather have something more special feeling, even if it were just a key printed on a chunk of metal shaped in a specific way. Yeah. That shit crazy. Shaped like a key. Yeah, exactly.
You can keep. You can.
He's like, I don't want that NSA badge. That stuff will get me killed.
You can keep. Don't know anything?
Feeding about 1,000 people tomorrow. Going to be a long couple of days, I bet.
Well, there are some things I don't know.
No can do, Murphy.
Can't help you with that. Well, there are some. No can do, Murphy.
Hang on a second. Put a marker there. I might try and grab that for an audio cue.
Can't help you. Well, there are some. No. Don't know anything. Well, there are some. Like. Don't know anything. The only thing I hate about that paper is that they always get my quotes wrong. Of course, so does every other paper.
Now, that is a professional lighting job. Say what? What's that? On him? And Rev Brown, so what's on the menu feeding these 1,000 people? Is there anything exciting? I mean, that's 1,000 people. Holy crap. The use of light and shadow really underlines the noir aesthetics. Yes, it does. In fact, if anything, it might even be a little too bright. But one of the problems with compressed video is it tends to naturally darken images due to the compression. So they probably overlit to try and compensate. Either his nose is huge or very pixelated or both. It's a little bit of both. I think the nose is a prosthetic. I think he has a fake nose on. I'm not really sure because I don't know what this guy actually looks like in real life. In the color in the background. Yes, in the color in the background is Chef's Kiss.
You think I know everyone in this town? No, can't help. She came down to the station and asked about you. That's a good thing she vouched for you, too.
He might still be a guest here, yeah.
You think I know everyone? No. She's a crime reporter for the Bay City Mirror. If anything, she's more irritating than you are.
Well, I can agree with that.
We've had the NSA push us out of the way a couple of times. When they say jump, we start jumping and don't stop until they say so. Seems like a nice girl. I don't think she has any idea why this happened. Just lucky she isn't dead right now.
Might be a fake nose. It doesn't seem to move like at all. Yeah, it's a good point. I didn't think about that.
I questioned him down at the Flamingo. He knew about the note, but not much else. Oh, and he said if I saw you to say that he'd like to talk to you. I went down there to question the witnesses. It was my first time there. Don't know anything about him. You think I know everyone in this town?
8 menus, 8 locations. One of them is having a poke bar. That's always fun. What the hell is a poke bar? Do I want to know what a poke bar is? Is that stream safe? Or pokey? It's a rig thing. Oh, I missed that then. I sadly don't know all the rigisms. Is that a word? Rigisms? I guess it is now. Ahi tuna and sushi rice, veggies, Asian condiments. Gotcha. Okay. Like the food. Pokey, not poke, but pokey.
9
is a Bito thing, and I'm proud of it. Oh, yeah. 9 is a Bito thing, and you're proud of it. Hey, it was your idea. I might have taken it a little further than your initial idea, but you agreed to it, and I'll keep it there as long as you're happy with it. No poke bar for me. I don't really get into sushi, to be honest. I don't mind the rice, and I don't mind tuna fish. It's something about the muskiness of the seaweed, I think, with sushi for me. I don't really necessarily. It's not bad. It's just too strong in my limited palate. How's that sound? Let's start with the brew and stew.
How can I help you, Mike?
You're not a fan of seaweed either, but you're in for the is that nigiri sushi where it's just fish and rice? Yeah. You can't do the texture of uncooked meat. Yeah, that's not my preference either. But sushi isn't necessarily raw fish. Sushi, if I'm not mistaken, and I don't speak Japanese, but I've been told sushi actually means seaweed in Japanese. Is that right? They only use seaweed for maki rolls. Or is there another meaning for it? Maybe I've been maybe it's been misrepresented for me, but we need to go and see what we can do with that disc.
No.
Use shredded nori seaweed as one of the toppings. Still don't like it. Let's see if we can ask about people.
That's the.
Does it sound right? You believe nori is the word? Okay, maybe it is. Yeah. Like I said, I don't know. That was what I was told.
On that one. I don't know.
But sushi is not necessarily
Sorry,
raw fish. Just
I can't help. Adam. Sorry. Adam. Sorry, Mike.
That fast food guy looks like Space Quest character. He really does, doesn't he?
Yeah, I remember this.
Oh, that's right.
I don't.
Watching with one eye. Have to work. No, I understand. It's okay, Skyfall.
The Mirror's a good paper.
I can call a bunch of food sushi in the U.S., but I'm a vegetarian and can't get vegetarian sushi with purple sweet potato, avocado, carrots, mushrooms, etc. Yeah. Well, there's a lot of them. There's a lot of them that is called sushi that are Americanized that don't have fish in them. It's just basically rice with spices, herbs and spices, and wrapped in seaweed. Sushi is the rice. That's what it is. Okay. Barbecued eel, unagi, sushi, and egg omelet, tamago sushi are some of your favorites. But you're also into the raw fish. However, don't care for poke at all. Okay, so I don't think that's where we need to go. But I think we can travel to the computer room here. Texas computer room. And we can try this demagnetized disc. It sounds so weird.
This is an old DVD format disc, and it won't run on my computer.
Old DVD format? What? You guys make me hungry. So where in the world am I going to play back this DVD disc? Is that going to be in the NSA office? Horton's office, perhaps? How does a DVD become demagnetized? It's literally not ferromagnetic. Yeah, there's actually... Oh, I hit the wrong button. So the demagnetization thing actually comes from the fact that I stole it from the evidence room at the NSA, so they might have stuck a tag on it or something, like a RFID tag, because if you leave the room without demagnetizing the evidence that you pull out of the lockers, it'll set off an alarm. You go through this little... well, you'll see it here in a second. We're about to go into the room. I had a computer, yeah, but that computer says it doesn't work with DVDs. Now, here's the crazy thing. This might be the earliest reference in a video game to a DVD. Let me show you something. Where is it? Copyright. I don't know if you can see this or not, but copyright 1996. 1996. 1996. And he's talking about a DVD. I don't know of a game that has a reference to a DVD that's older than this. It's a future DVD that has a really thin roll of magnetic tape inside it. The other 7 menus are pretty standard fare, though. Tons of some are tomato salads, lots of steaks, some braised beef, some duck. I'm not sure how to pronounce that. Tons of salmon. All of that sounds good except for the duck. DVD wasn't invented until 95. Here's something for you, Sarisha. When I was in college, back in 91, 92, something like that, I remember seeing a article that one of the professors had posted on the wall outside their classroom door, and it referred to research of a new type of laser to read discs. The laser was blue, and they chose blue because it had a narrower frequency range, meaning it could be focused onto a much narrower channel, allowing for more data on the same size disc as a CD. That was in like 91, 92. I don't remember what the article came from, or I'd look it up. I just remember reading the article, and I was like, a blue laser? Because CDs use a red laser. Regular CDs and CD-ROM drives, they're red lasers. Duck legs braised in duck fat and then crisped up more or less. Had to check. LGR did a video on a Creative DVD drive and some FMV games, but they were from 97. I had a Creative DVD system that I bought in 99. And it was an MPEG decoder. It was an MPEG decoder, a DVD drive, the cables, all the goodies, the CD software and all that kind of stuff. And I installed it on a Pentium 3. It was a Pentium 3 500. Don't disk. Yeah, I'm not dissing it. Just not my thing. Okay, so here we are. I'm gonna see. He's got a disk drive. He says it's the latest, most badass computer there is. So we're gonna try it here.
That doesn't seem to do anything.
This game came out 2 months before the first DVD release in Japan. Interesting. Exactly. But it doesn't mean that it wasn't actually in, articles. Like I said, Blu-ray was being talked about 15 years before anybody had ever heard of one. And so, and then again, there were video discs that were invented in like 1961 that didn't come out until like 80 or 81. And I'm not talking laser discs. I'm talking a different kind of disc, video disc. So a lot of times those inventions can be around for a long time, and something's holding it back from it being released, whether it be licensing or a tech advancement that we need in order to be able to make it consumer-friendly or cost-friendly, whatever it may be. There's all kinds of reasons.
Well, that won't work.
So I can't use it in this drive. Where the hell do I put this thing? You just watched a video about the best video disc, DivX. Oh, man, yeah. I was looking at that the other day. That is a fascinating subject. For those who don't know, look up DivX and don't go for the one about the codec of DivX. Look up DivX discs. If necessary, look up DivX discs or DivX and Circuit City. Like DIVX and Circuit City, and you'll find a reference to DivX. Maybe I should call Lucia, because she's the one who wanted me to get this disc anyway. Yeah, spoiler, Circuit City dies in the
This
end.
is Lucia Purnell. I'm not...
Good evening, Tex. You look as though you're on to something. What can I do for you?
Well, I had a little talk with Archie Ellis. It seems that Dr. Malloy was working on something called the Pandora device, and I think it's connected to the boxes. I'd like to run some of these new developments by you.
Oh, that was very specific introduction. That's more so than usual. Something that you could see somewhat working today, but definitely not back in 98 or 99. Yeah, well, the original DivX, that was a early 2000s thing, and that was the beginning of the end to Circuit City. Circuit City dumped so much money into the idea of a disposable DVD, and everybody laughed at it. Even before it came out, everybody was like, this is the dumbest idea I have ever heard. Who would buy a disc that's good for maybe 48 hours and then it just disintegrates and can't be played anymore? It's like, that's not going to replace rentals. Nice that Fitzpatrick always answers his phone within 2 seconds. Yeah, he's got nothing else to do. He hired me to do all the work. He just sits back and waits for me to give him information.
I can't help you. It's possible that the box that Mr. Ellis received was a blind meant to throw the NSA off track. I believe he's the editor of the Cosmic Connection.
Okay, I think we've already gone through all of this stuff, and I can't really... Yeah. She's probably not answering. Nope, there
Hello,
she is.
Tex. Found any leads on our mystery initials?
Are you talking about the technology connections video? I'm not sure which video it was, but I remember when DivX, like I was reading the articles when the whole thing was coming up, you know, some 20 years ago or more. And I remember in some of the articles they had talked about, you know, Disney bought into it. They apparently got really heavy into it. I think 20th Century Fox did. It was pretty much all of the major players that are literally gatekeeping content. Like you just, you know, they basically, we're not going to release this because we don't think it's financially viable, but how dare you actually try and copy old stuff because we're going to sue you into the ground. It was every single group that does that. Sony, Warner Brothers, 20th Century Fox, Disney, all of them. They all bought into it, and none of them really bought heavy into it. So apparently Circuit City must have fronted most of the cash. And it's what eventually led to their demise, their bankruptcy, because it failed so miserably. So I'm not sure if it was the technology connections video. Might have seen that one. The Fitzpatrick guy is a good actor. I understand he had a good career as a character actor. Honestly, Chris Jones is not a bad actor. I think he does his character perfectly. Whether he can play any other role, like how dynamic he can really be with his characters, I don't know.
Maybe. I borrowed a Ouija board and it's been pretty helpful.
Ah, I didn't realize you were a New Age detective. What do you need? Can't help you with... I loved my father very much.
Yeah, we already asked about him.
I don't know what the Pandora device refers to.
Neither do I. That's why I'm asking you.
I don't know who he is. Like I said, I haven't heard... Can't help... Can't help... Haven't heard that. Can't help... That's another name I've heard. I think he may have been an associate of my father, though I can't be sure.
Chris Jones is also really good. Yes, he has a game designer, writer, good actor with talent for comedy, and also a CEO for I forget what. Very versatile guy. Isn't he responsible for Big Finish Games, I think it is? Is that maybe that's what he's CEO of? I don't know what he's CEO of. I just know he had involvement with that for a while.
Don't know. I've had to fight for everything I've ever gotten. Can't help you with it. Haven't heard. I don't know much about. I don't want to talk about her.
Just thinking about her makes me angry. Why? Why does it make you angry? Get screwed, Johanna's Barks or whatever. Burks. I love this auto ban. Oh, this is great. I can get rid of the trash without having to actually work on it personally. Okay, so we can't put... Wait, that's a scanner. Oh, wait a minute. I bet you will need to go to the electronics store. Maybe we can go there. Let's do that. Go talk to Zach.
That is one. I used to have a battery. This computer has way...
This computer has way too many keys.
Now there's utility. A radio that double... Photo analyzer.
I don't remember if there was some kind of a playback device here.
What can I help you with?
Let's see.
Our vid phone prices of the top of globe runs. The visors. The Canon Hyper Zoom is our. Those are tasers. They're a joy buzzer for the 21st century. The Robco supercomputer. It's our top of the line.
I'll never have them.
The video
money to
watches
buy
are
that
priced
computer.
pretty low. $15. The teeny laser disc never caught on, so these things aren't much good. The video watches are priced. Robco sticks of joy are only compatible with the Robco Ocelot gaming system. $89.
What did I think of Space Marine yesterday? Oh man, that is a fun game.
I wouldn't worry about the miscellaneous items unless, of course, someone suckered you into buying a Robco computer. The remote control Geiger is... I'm not sure what that thing is, but it sells pretty well. $220. The Robco Colony Cruiser is every kid's dream toy.
The sequel's good too?
The Cyber Nanny is a real... The headphones are scientifically designed to work with almost any portable disc player. That kind of compatibility doesn't come cheap. $150. This new rodent tracker has some features that weren't in the...
where am I going to find...
The visual... The Rob...
I don't think I'll need that. I don't think I'll need that. I don't think I'll need...
Okay, so maybe not here.
That door will take me back to beautiful Chandler Avenue.
That first, the first Space Marine had entertaining multiplayer back when people were still playing. It's really fun single player wise. Eventually I figured out the combat. It didn't take long. And once I understood the combat, it was literally everybody lining up while I just crushed them. So it was so easy. So I wonder if maybe Crazy Gary knows something about all this stuff. But yeah, and it's 30% or 70% off too. It's really a good price. if you're interested in playing Space Marine, you don't have it on PC, or you've heard about it and you're not sure if you want the hype, get it now. It's a good price. On GOG, yeah. Let's see. I think Echo's got it set up. There you go. So you can get the link right there.
And the chips fell where they might, soiling the grass.
And that was the VOD from last night. But the link right above the VOD, the GOG.com link is to it. Pow, pow. They're all the SOT. Welcome in. 10 months.
Jobs are just subscribed for 10 months. Pow pow wow wow eat you and stuff I guess.
Thank you for the 10 months, I appreciate that.
Rejoining your frequent inquiries has produced in me a sensation of dehydration.
It's a lot of
soon
lemon going
you
on.
will consider making an... I saw... I've not... Yeah. Nate? Yeah.
10 years in a row. Wow, wait a minute. I don't suppose he knows anything.
What now?
What now?
Well, look, I appreciate... Well, look. Well, look. Well, look. Well, look. Well, look. Well, look, I appreciate... Well, look,
He knows nothing.
Well, look.
Actually, for the most part, he never really has an answer to any of this.
Well, look,
Oh, wait a minute. I think yeah, okay. I think I just realized what I need to do. I need to go through my inventory, I think, and try and combine a few things. Gee, Pudding, how you doing?
Yeah, I remember Emily mentioned someone named Thomas, but I didn't catch the last name.
What now? I just came to tell you you're ugly and your haircut is stupid. That's not nice.
Don't know a thing about it. Can't say I've heard of it. Emily never mentioned anything about a puzzle box. Nope. Drawing a complete blank. Don't know a thing about it. Totally unfamiliar to me.
This guy doesn't know anything, does he?
Oh, I wish I could help. Can't. Oh, I wish. Can't. Totally. Ah, the NSA. When I was a kid, my mom used to say the NSA would get me if I didn't do my chores.
Yeah.
The Flamingo seems like a decent club, but there's no chocolate on the menu, so...
It's not nice, but man, that dude needs a better barber. He's too focused on chocolate. He just has to he needs his chocolate. He can't survive without it. Oh yeah, I was going to look at my inventory, see if we can combine stuff. Okay, there was something else. That's the facts, flight schedule, puzzle book.
incoming ads for you non-subscribers. Use your Twitch Prime now.
So this is the item Malloy Pond. I'm no expert, but this thing looks pretty ancient. I don't know where it came from.
Alright, so there's another possibility. I can wander into each room until we hit where it says something unusual, like put in disc 2, or not 2, but 5. That's oftentimes an indication that we're about to hit a cutscene. Not always, but sometimes. Nilo likely doesn't have anything new for us. Really? Oh, I put in disc 1. I don't know why I put the wrong darn disc in there. Give it a second to catch up.
Saw that little senorita came by to visit.
Yeah, we already talked about him or her.
Nope. Nope. Nope.
Yeah, I didn't think we'd never have anything from him on this.
I'm getting. Nope. I don't know. I'm getting.
All right, whatever. That's not what we're looking for. Maybe Rook's Pawn?
What now, Murphy?
Nope.
I don't want. I don't. I. Of course I've heard about it. I just doubt I know any more about.
Okay, so he's just going to give me that for everything.
I don't. You expect that? No. How should I know? I flipped through the pages of the Cosmic Connection. Never have I read such
Of course you do.
You expect me to know about that? No. How should I? You expect me? I remember Lucia Purnell. Quite a strong-willed young woman. She works for the Bay City Mirror and came to interview me right after my shop was broken into. I don't know anything.
All right. That's a rather funny pause.
I am making many new friends in Britannia.
Hey, thank you for that follow.
Thank you for that follow.
Darn it. All right, we're coming down to the last minute before ads. Man, it's only 11 o'clock in the morning. Hey, we're only 3 hours in. Okay, so where else? Maybe he has a DVD player. Hey, Cragula, welcome in. Maybe he has a DVD player. I don't know. Not sure where else to go. If Autotex won't do it, I don't know who else would.
Oh, did you change your mind about the herbal tea, Murphy? It's great for insomnia, among other things. Did Did you know that the experts actually speculated that it was the aliens that taught
that sounds fascinating. Look, I'm sorry to come by so late, but I just need to ask you a couple of quick questions.
And with that,
I'm sorry. Sometimes I just get a little hyped up, when I meet somebody that, knows what's going on. I have got a lot of what I think are brilliant theories, but, it's hard to find someone you can trust.
I'll be right back. Give me just a few minutes for these ads to roll through it, Craig. I will reference that message in just a second. Be right back. right, thank you for that extended break there. Sorry, I had to take care of something while I was away. Pepperoni Pizza Man, good to see you there. I don't understand. I have been trying to figure this out in the YouTube channel with the nonsensical messages. I was looking at some of the accounts for one thing, and of course, they're all created today. I don't understand. I don't understand why anybody would put forth this kind of effort to troll me. I don't get it. What did I do to deserve that? Maybe just streaming is enough to get some people to willing troll. All right, let's see if he can tell us anything about this magnetized disc. Maybe he has an old DVD player. He's into this kind of stuff, right?
I can't help you with that.
Of course not.
I can't help you with that.
Okay, we'll go back to Autotech. This NSA badge, high level security badge, doesn't make sense to me. Like, everything is open here, so maybe this opens a door elsewhere? What's kind of interesting to me, I guess, yeah, attention to guess, the whole task of making new accounts can be automated with bots, so it's no effort at all. Yeah. But it's like, everybody has a goal, right, when they do things, and it can be a simple goal. I mean, it can be a goal of just, I get a kick out of watching a person's reactions when I troll them, which, okay, fair enough. But it just seems so insignificant.
Well, that doesn't seem to... The CD case. I wonder what our friend listens to. Let's see. Quadrophenia, Tommy, live at Leeds.
Teachers
Here's the
exist.
Who.
True. You were not wrong.
Hyperpentium 360. Whoever this guy works for, they certainly did good equipment.
Well, the only reason it really hasn't bothered me, Rev, but they actually followed me to GOGCOM last night. It's the first time I've seen them on Twitch, and I don't like banning people on GOGCOM. I don't like doing that. A Pentium, not a Pentium, Master Gregor, a Hyperpentium. Okay, so that doesn't work. The precursor to the Repentium. That's for the very religious computer users. Still your favorite of the EMs. You bet that can run Quake at 40 FPS. So that people can finally play Crysis at a reasonable frame rate. How's it going, Chelnav? Talvatin, how you doing? It's going pretty good so far. Although I am mildly stuck at the moment. I'm not really sure where to go next. You like unobtainium, personally. I like that too, yeah. Crysis is the only thing that consumed more power than the crypto craze. All the things I can remember from Space Quest 6, it's that stupid logic puzzle, copy protection, with the Pentiums. Oh, I forget how that worked. We played that too, and I forget how that worked. I can try Sandra Collins' house. No, there wasn't a Was there a DVD drive in these? I don't remember seeing one anywhere. Like, I don't understand how this demagnetized disc is to be played back, because I don't seem to have anything that can play it. And I don't see one anywhere. It's the one where you have to... Oh, that's right, according to the Yes, the magazine article. It's horrible. It is horrible. I remember that now. I think I just wanted to forget it because it was so bad. It's a silly little Sherlock-like puzzle, computer chip themed, and you need the physical magazine manual to solve it. Yeah, I remember it now. I think I just wanted to forget it because it was awful. You like that sort of puzzle? Yeah. Okay, so we don't have a playback unit there. What about at the garden house? I know the warehouse didn't have it. Perhaps the morgue. Ooh, disc 1? Was this normally disc 1? I can't remember. Sounds like a Ken Williams mandated. Boosting the old strategy guide sales. I don't think there was a player in here of some kind. I just realized that the drop ceiling was missing tiles. Interesting. I should look up more often. They've even got details in the ceiling. That's pretty cool. They did a good job with some of these levels. They really added a lot of character to these rooms and locations. They might have drop bears. Is this is in Australia? This is San Francisco. So that's the morgue. Autotech didn't have it. Waterfront, Sandra Collins Garden House, Police Station, Cosmic Connection didn't have it. It pretty much leaves us to Chandler Ave, or maybe the cabin. We can try the cabin again. Disc 2, you say? I haven't been to San Francisco lately. No, the last time I went to San Francisco was in 1987. And I'm not exaggerating. It's been a long time. Okay, any chance that there is a DVD player in this cabin?
Someone must have been here regularly because no one would have live plants if they weren't going to...
Now, I know that there is a projector in here, but does the projector... The projector doesn't use these kinds of discs, I don't think.
Well,
didn't think so.
Looks like a post-war map of Scotland.
He's not wrong. I could try Rusty's Funhouse.
I can't paste that. I can't paste that. I can't paste that. I can't paste that. I can't paste. I can't paste that. I can't paste that. I can't paste that. I can't paste. I can't paste that.
He can't paste that.
That doesn't...
what else to do. I don't know where else to try.
Looks like some local. Well. Oh, now here's a classic. Fake vomit. This comes in handy when you don't want people taking the seat beside you.
That's a good point. I should remember that.
I wonder why Rusty would keep this copy machine hidden. Unless he was using it to... I don't even want to think about that.
He's a pervert, that's what it was. Alright, I gotta be careful not to actually click on the goggles in here. If I do, it might push me back to day 4 again, and I don't want to do that. Weird time warp bug. Oh, hang on a second. Right. The word pervert always reminds you of that scene from Leisure Zoo Larry 1, where he buys a condom and all the people in the gun. Yeah, exactly. All right. I don't think there was anything else in here. For buying a condom, confused you to say the least. Where he buys it and all the people in the convenience store. Yeah, yeah. I think it was a play on the fact that a lot of people get, you know, they feel like it's embarrassing. So they were just kind of validating a fear, I think is really what it was, a common fear. Why people would be confused, why people would be embarrassed by that, I don't know. It's weird, you just bought a spearmint flavored... Oh! Hey folks, this is weird, I just bought a spearmint flavored lubricated... Yeah, exactly, weirdo. This weirdo just bought it. Yeah, that was the line. That was it. Hey, Lass, welcome back. You're right, Skyfall. That is the line from Leisure Suit Larry 1. I guess it was the 80s back then, back when Americans were supposed... Yeah, exactly. How dare you do something that other people might not be able to see? Which always cracked me up. It's like, why are you embarrassed if people know that you do that? You've got 5 kids. I think the secret's out. You know? Yeah, exactly. What a pervert. It's kind of like get a load of this dude kind of vibe. Yeah, exactly. All right. CD2. Right now I'm starting to grasp at straws. I'm not really sure what I need to do next. I must be missing something really either challenging to find, or I need a dialogue option to kick off the next part. It was a fun game though. It's very weird. I'll say last and Skyfall both. Anybody that's listening to this, it's not an easy game to stream because there's a lot of uncomfortable moments in that series. Let's just put it that way. So it's one of those where if you go to do it, I can't even read the dialogue back in some cases because mixed company. It's just not really a great game to.
What now, Murphy? I don't want.
Okay, so that's not it. Main problem is not buying it. It's buying it in addition to something else like a jar of jam or... Yeah. Like you're trying to hide it. Hey kids, don't let the llama... don't let Llama Claus down. Start smoking the cigs before he hits... What's that say? Before he hits... I don't know what that says. Town, maybe? Before he hits town, I guess. Well... Tell you what, we'll go back to his computer room. Maybe I didn't try it on all the other computers, and there's one in here that it does work on. So let's see. It's got to be something I'm really missing here.
This is an old D.
So that won't work.
That doesn't. Well. That doesn't. Well. That doesn't. Well. That doesn't. Well.
And I still can't figure out this disc. I don't know what the code is. Like, I've probably got the code. Where's that other disc? Malloy's disc. Probably got the code somewhere, and I just don't know what it is. Enter security code now. What is it? Pandora? See, I don't know what that one is all about.
That doesn't.
I feel like Tex would have like an old DVD player somewhere. Because that's the kind of person he is. Wait, is that a TV? Does this maybe have a DVD player? No, that's not a TV. It's a microwave, I think.
I haven't played my phonograph since it destroyed the A-side on my Bill Shatner Sings the Blues LP.
Trust me, you don't want to hear Bill Shatner sing.
Well, that won't work. I haven't played...
Okay, I'll try him again. Disc 5. I keep forgetting about that. All right.
What can I help you with?
Anything.
I learned a few new things, and I'd like to run them by you.
Literally anything.
By all means.
Come on, help me with this, please. So nothing there. She's not there.
This is Luke.
She'll answer, but I don't think she has anything I can really use yet.
Well, hello. You just caught me. I was headed down to the
It
sun.
doesn't appear as any more coal can be broken off.
No thanks. I get sweaty enough just talking to you.
Well then, let's talk.
Jeez.
I love my father. Can't help. Like I said, I don't know.
I'm pretty sure I've gone through all of this, but I don't know what else to do.
I don't know what. That's another name I've heard.
Yeah, we've.
I don't know who. I don't know. I've had to fight for everything I don't know. I don't know. I don't know. I haven't heard. Can't. It's just a name I remember from my childhood. I haven't seen him since I was a little girl.
So Gord. Oh, okay. Yeah,
I
that's
don't
the
know who-
dude that hired us.
Haven't heard. I don't know. Haven't heard. I don't think you and I make a good team.
Ooh. All right, so that's useless.
That doesn't seem to... Well, that one... That doesn't... Well...
Is there anything on this shelf?
That doesn't... That doesn't...
Okay. And of course, I can't get into the fuchsia flamingo. At least I couldn't before. Let's double check. No. I could try Malloy's room in the Ritz. I don't know if I've tried that. We've done the lobby. We've done all of Texas Place. Disc 1. Wait, I don't remember Disc 1 being the disc for this. So this might actually be a sign. Was there a player in here? No, that looks like a...
An old rusty hot plate.
Yeah.
The luxury of hotel living. A few plastic plates and cheap silverware.
Okay, so there's probably nothing in here to play this disc with. What's that?
These boxes are empty.
Oops. Stuck on the door.
These security keypads have their own code. It'd be a nice safety feature if Nilo didn't have all the codes.
I wonder if this NSA ID badge will open them.
Well,
didn't think so. The only thing I can think of would be to go to the electronics store and buy a DVD player that will run this. Hang on a second.
Oh, this painting must be called Sam and Max Hit the Semi.
Oh my God, I can't believe I didn't pick up on that reference in the past. What? Oh, that was good.
Oh, this painting must be called Sam and Max Hit the Semi.
Wow, I missed that. That's pretty funny. And why I can drop this and...
No wonder Nilo
This
hung a
is
painting over this fire
I don't understand
alarm.
what the purpose of this
Looks
is.
like it's been permanently disconnected. That doesn't seem...
How the acid burned my armor.
Well... That doesn't seem to do anything. Well... That doesn't seem to do... Well, that won't work. That doesn't seem...
Yeah, I don't get this. Wait a minute. Jackknife. Have I tried that on this?
Well, that won't... That doesn't...
Yeah, I really don't understand the purpose.
Nilo says there's a naked woman hidden somewhere in this painting. But I think Nilo could find it. Nilo...
See, you put it back and you hide it. I don't understand why. Why is it having me do this? It's like the first thing I did in the game when I walked out of the office. And yet I've not found a single purpose for it. Why would they go through the effort to render that? Yes, the controls are awkward. All right, so I don't guess we can go in this way.
It's all locked up.
Of course it is. So is there something in the sewers I need to go visit? I've pretty much gone every single place in this game now, and I've yet to find anything or trigger anything. And I really don't understand it. I hear a pinging sound. Why do I hear a sonar? I hear sonar down here. And there's where we found one of the puzzle boxes there.
A nice brick.
I hate to say it, but I think I've come to a point I can't move forward anymore. I'm clearly missing something, but I don't know what it is that I'm missing. this alleyway. This will be the last place I can think of that I haven't visited. I just don't remember ever seeing a DVD player or any other kind of disc player. The two that I know of, neither of them will support this disc. We've gone to the alley, we've gone to the sewer, we've gone to the fun house, we've gone to the water tower, the warehouse, we've gone to Coit Tower, we talked to Crazy Gary, Louis Laments, Zach, Rook. We've talked to the two people we can get in touch with on the vid phone. We've gone to Cosmic Connection, Sandra Collins Garden House, Autotech Morgue, Waterfront, Police Station, and we've even been to the cabin. I've got nothing else to choose. Have I checked Circuit City? No, they were bankrupt by this point. But I am going to check a walkthrough because honestly, I have the slightest idea what it is I'm missing. I don't even know where to begin. Damn it, damn it, damn it, damn it, damn it.
That's a lot of nuts!
Oh, I see. Alright. Retrieve the facts. We already got that. Return to the warehouse. Check out the aftermath. Move the box directly in front of you. And get the post office receipt. Get the scrap yellow paper off the table. Flight schedule under the table. Examine these items. Each of them are very vital to your task at hand. Now go to the corner and move the pallets. A safe. Those NSA boys didn't find everything, did they? Yeah, we found all that. If you look at the Everlock Safe business card, you'll figure out the combo for that. All right, so we've got all that. Messages from outer space. Now head for the office. When you get to the office, call Regan Madsen. Set up a meeting. Go to the Imperial Lounge. Break the bad news to Regan about her father. Our cinematic scene. Favor to ask about our anagrams. And the Cosmic Connection in the conversation. After you hang up, Regan will call and give you some vital information. Examine Regan's puzzle position, the tiles in the puzzle. Oh, whoa. Wait a minute. Wait. Okay, hang on a second. I think we just... Okay. So, it mentions this tapestry. There we go. Okay. I thought I tried those. Aha! I see. So, I bet there's no sliding puzzles in this. Duke Donuts would differ exactly. Oops, nope. Ah, son of a biscuit. How the heck? All right, so that's 2 rows done. How's it going, Crudus? How's it going? Welcome in. Bam! Is that right? Yeah! I actually like sliding puzzles. I mean, you know. All right. I don't know what that did exactly.
Looks like a module of some sort and some small metal pegs.
Hey, Kira. Oh, look. It's a Nintendo cartridge. So does that mean that we can open it using the same thing? The others open the same way? Where is that tapestry? I don't see the tapestry, so wait a minute. I'm really... Oh, man. Okay. Oh, wait a minute. Maybe I should examine first. Okay, so combine this. Okay, this is not going to be as easy, I don't think. Remove 17. Let's see. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Okay, so there are, what, 17 here. This gives me nothing to go on, and I do not understand what it's... What? I'm not sure how this starts out or how this is supposed to work. It doesn't give me really any kind of instructions. And I'm not sure what kind of puzzle this is. Why can't I have another sliding puzzle? Yeah, what the heck, game? What do you want me to do here? I'm getting zero feedback on this. I don't understand what its goal. Does anybody know what kind of puzzle this is? Because I don't recognize it. If for those who are wondering, obviously we got these stars. Hey, Dark Mex. Here, let me give you guys the official here. Hints are on. Please recognize. You guys can hint on this. I don't understand this puzzle. I just need to get some basic steps. An annoying puzzle. That's what it's turning out to be because it's not telling me anything. Bring up the official hint hotline. Let's see. I mean, we've got one here. I can go on to America Online and type Links Pro 1 or CompuServe and type 7266261. There is no reference image, it seems, to place those dots. Yeah, see, that's... Maybe I'm missing something. Hey, Cherry Onion. If I'm missing something and somebody is aware that that is the case, you can tell me if that'd be hint enough for me. Because I really don't understand this puzzle. I'm guessing this is some kind of reference. So maybe that is that, but what about the rest of that? I will say this pattern, I see a pattern here. Oh, wait a minute. I do see a pattern. Here's the difference. Star, empty, star, star, star. Star, empty, star, star, star. That's mirrored. Then we have these two that are mirrored, except this is empty, star, star, empty, empty, empty. So I wonder what the difference is here.
I'm bald as fuck.
Jurosi, welcome in. You don't know, maybe you have to split stars somehow? Yeah, it's kind of... I guess that's kind of what I'm thinking. I'm not really sure. You're missing your hair, yeah. It's not a balancing thing. But without any kind of, like, feedback to tell me what I'm doing right or wrong, this is really useless.
Incoming ads for you non-subscribers. Use your Twitch Prime now.
Yeah, not a single combo I've tried has worked at all. Like, I can't even progress to the next stage. Looks like you have to make a constellation, maybe. That's a possibility.
This scrap refers to some sort of containment chamber with instructions on how to open it.
Okay. Control panel, use blue cross, yellow circle to open. Map of Asia doesn't seem to get it. Oh, that's right. So we've got Malloy's. What's weird is I don't see Emily's. Where's Emily's box? We've opened one. We've got Malloy's. We've got the demagnetized one, which was evidence from the evidence room. And now Regan's is missing. Or not Regan's. Yeah, Regan's is missing. Regan's box is missing. So we got hers too. You just looked up an answer. Don't know how you are supposed to know though. Wow, Dragoon, that's nuts. So I've got a question for you, Regan, just because I want to be able to try to solve this on my own. I'm just looking for any context to help me figure out the pattern. Is this something in my inventory I could recognize and I'm just not looking at it, or is there something else that I have to come up with on my own? Like, am I missing something, do you know, or... Mutant Coalition. Puppy chews off man's leg. Lucia Purnell. Gort's on sports. Fishing pros. Movies and shakers. Computer buzz. Oh, hang on a sec. Coffee's sending me a message. There we go.
A collection of the Bay City Mirror's daily...
What all is in your inventory? So we have Malloy's device piece number 2, which we've actually already opened, so that's good to go. Actually, hang on a second. We have demagnetized disk, NSA ID badge, containment scrap, postal receipt, visual analyzing apparatus, the demagnetized box with pegs, that's what we're working on. Yeah, basically. Paper with numbers, which I know what that's for. Back memorandum. Actually, let me reread that. Yeah, that's not it. Item 186, scrap.
I wonder what this item 186 is.
And now, oh, I do have it. Okay. Well, we're going to come right back after these ads. So bear with me for just a few minutes, and then we're going to see if we can figure out the rest of this puzzle. See you in a few. right. All right. Figure out this puzzle. This is going to be the real catch.
Squeaky wheel.
Hey, Susie. Welcome back. All right. Ah. You bet you missed the good part. You did miss a couple of good parts. I did make some progress here. We've managed to get one part of a device. I've got another puzzle I'm working on now, and I don't understand how this works. I'm thinking this is part of the puzzle, but I don't know what it is. It's literally counting moves if I don't even put it in the... That is so stupid. Wait. Okay, so that's counting moves too. Even if I just click outside of it. It's so lame. I mean, it looks like a galaxy. Oh, wait a minute. It looks like a galaxy. And if I try to stack it, it just pushes it right back. That is so stupid. What is the deal here? What do you want, game?
This has to be what Purnell wanted me to find for her. She'll be so happy.
But she won't answer her damn phone, so it won't make a difference.
An NSA high security clearance badge.
You and me both, Pi. I was actually trying to figure, like, I've got an apple. It's about that time. I could definitely use an apple.
This scrap refers to some sort of containment chamber with instructions on how to open it.
I mean, this seems to have some plausible images that I could use, but I don't see the reference.
According to this postal receipt, no, this doesn't look.
Galaxy is an actual brand of chocolate? I didn't know that. I guess I shouldn't be surprised,
this item,
but I didn't know that.
This flight schedule seems a little too exorbitant to be taken seriously.
Wait a minute. Combine this with this. Ah, I think I just found the reference. I think I understand now what it was that I was not doing correctly. Okay. Maybe. This isn't exact, though. I may not have. Maybe this with... Yep. So I had to combine multiple things. There we go. Now then, this starts to make a little bit more sense. So Calcutta is the first move. And Starburst Opal Fruits. Huh. You still think of a Twix as Raiders, the weirdest brand deal ever? What is Raiders? Is that okay. So Calcutta, India to Urumqi, something like that, China. How does this work? So Calcutta here, Urumqi. But Calcutta, I don't understand how this map relates to this. I am assuming these... Maybe it's not the leave. Maybe it's the destination. Twix was called Raider in mainland Europe for many years before its name was changed in 1991. Only known it as Twix in the UK. I've never heard it called anything else, and you're old. And Starburst Opal Fruits. Now I've heard Snickers called marathons, but we have a marathon bar here, or we used to anyway, that wasn't a Snickers, so that's a little confusing. Prepared some chicken fettuccine with lunch and dinner, and you're all set for the evening. Man, Egomancer Crotos, that sounds awesome. Interesting. I wonder why they were called Raiders. I guess they're the same thing. Huh. Curly Whirly Marathon candy bars. What? Ah. Yeah, so there was two of them. There was the Snickers version of the marathon bar, and then there was the Cadbury marathon bar. They were not the same. Curly Whirlies was a chalky bar here, and yeah, exactly. Yeah, the Cadbury stuff. I'd never heard of the Curly Whirlies, or however it was. Hey, you got it close enough. Remember the advertising campaign in Germany? Raider heist, just Twix. And then the rest, I don't know. Raiders now call Twix Nothing Else Changes as a rhyme. Oh, I get you. Yeah, but it rhymes in German and not in English. Wow, what a lame rhyme. It doesn't even rhyme. No, it's translated from another language. It rhymed there. Okay, so I'm going to guess. Actually, I shouldn't guess. We've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 stars. We have 9 leave locations and 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 arrive destinations. That doesn't make any sense. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 9 stars. 6 no stars. What is this? Suddenly Metallica, Gregor? Is that what it is? So is there something else that I need to combine here? Gregor, 9! Never cared for what they do. That's why it's always annoys you when fantasy stuff makes translations, usually from an ancient language, rhyme in English somehow. Yeah. Yeah, translations in one language you can't get the rhyme correct. It won't have the same meaning. And it certainly won't have the same impact. Be hard to do. It'd have to be very, very simple, very rudimentary. And even then it would be a rewriting. Like you definitely couldn't do a direct translation. I guess I can try a few things. Let's try Calcutta, which was first. But where would Calcutta be here? I don't really see. You can try to capture the essence of the rhyme, but it will never translate directly. Yeah, it can never do it right. Or the part that annoys you in most Gabriel Knight 1, the rhyming poem from the German castle. Oh, yeah. You've seen some good attempts in essence. I mean, I'm not saying that you can't, of course, and but the challenge there. I mean, poets, especially really good poets, they write things. It's not just the words, right? It's not just the words. It's how they impact you. The picture they draw, the feelings they derive from it. And if it's in one language and you've made all that effort, no one can very easily achieve that same level by translating it to another language, especially if it's a really high level, like complex thing, because there are some words that just don't translate. You'd have to describe it in another language, and that's really the only way you can really pull it off. All the chocolate bars these days taste nothing like they used to, full of chemicals these days. Well, they've always really been that. I think part of it is they keep looking for cheaper and cheaper ingredients and sugars are the key for me. It's like everything is using just fake sugars, and I don't like that. I don't like corn syrup. I don't like the flavor of it. I don't like any of the artificial sweeteners they put in everything, and it's like, come on, they just leave a nasty aftertaste. And honestly, I don't trust a lot of the artificial sweeteners. It seems that they might have, well, it seems like they may not necessarily be any better for us than just regular cane sugar. I'll put it like that. All right, so where would Calcutta be represented here? And on this image, Calcutta is a location to leave from. These red dots are not directly tied to destinations or arrival locations. So I'm guessing the red dots are what we were supposed to apply here. So, room key, I would guess maybe this is it. And if we go from that, where is Dhaka? Dhaka? No. Imagine Kenshiro from Fist of the North Star rhyming in the middle of a fight. Violets are blue, roses are red. Omewa mu shidero. You're already dead. Like Star Trek, it would either have meant nothing to Germans at the time, or the literal translation would have sounded like a documentary about spaceflight. So they broadcast EOS as Starship Enterprise here. Really? Wait. Now I understand. So it would have either meant nothing to Germans at the time, or the literal translation would have sounded like a documentary about spaceflight. But in a way, that's actually what the show is supposed to be about. I mean, granted, it's fantasy, right? But it was a documentary. I mean, they started out that way. Stardate, you know. So they broadcast the original series of Starship Enterprise. Ome wa mo shinderu. Let me give you an example. Der Herrgott, sprach es wird Licht. I can't pronounce all that. God said there will be light, but he couldn't find the switch. There is light, said God, but the switch he found not. So the difference between the literal translation and, of course, making it make sense in another language. Yeah, that's actually a good example. Pouring some rye. There you go. Or Star Trek. Wasn't that actually like a Mad Magazine joke? That sounds like the title of a Mad Magazine spoof on Star Trek. Star Trek. Here's Snotty. And groans, not bones. Feels like it must have been one. It really does. Let's see. Yeah, thanks to Yiddish, Americans understand the word Drek. Thanks to every culture that has like really, you know, transplanted themselves from their homeland to the U.S. We've picked up a lot of stuff, a lot of Jewish words, a lot of Eastern European words, a lot of German words. You got files of the first 500 issues of Mad Magazine. I'll see if they ever made an issue about Star Trek. I know they have. I remember reading them. I only have one here. I don't know where it went. I'll have to hunt it down. And Star Wars. Oh, Star Wars. Yeah, they definitely did some Star Wars ones. Oh, man, they did. Okay, I got to figure this out. This is killing me here. What is the pattern I'm just not seeing in this image? How does it somehow match this? Do these three match these three? Does this match this? Maybe? So I'm going to guess these three match these three. This matches this. And that actually might be that. I don't know what the hell that is from. And what about that? Do we not have anything that matches that? No, we don't. They call this Star Black. Oh, that's funny. Starburst. I feel like many people don't understand the difference between translation and transliteration. The former tries to capture the spirit of the material. The latter tries to be as literal as possible, dropping all culture and nuance, thereby making it boring or nonsensical. Yeah, I'd say that. Boring or nonsensical. I mean, there are some literal translations that just wouldn't make any sense. Yeah, mirror image, maybe? Maybe? I don't know. I think I get the idea, though. So if this is a mirror image, Rangoon, Hanoi, Guangzhou, Shanghai, and maybe Pyongyang could be this section. This from Bangkok. Maybe, no, wait, let's see. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. It's like when trying to make a word readable in another language, like rendering Japanese into English letters. Shanghai making me want to order some noodles. Red points are capitals. Hey, you got a good point there. I didn't think about that. But I was trying to figure out why the red points, why there were some that were red. I wasn't really thinking of it from that perspective because I'm looking here. Leave. So Calcutta to Uruguay. So I don't understand. I don't see this galaxy pattern here. I see arms of it. Phnom Penh, or let's see here, Bandar, Seri Begawan, and then Phnom Penh and Hanoi. Maybe these three? It no longer capital at this time. Yeah, I mean, this was 96, so, you know, history changes, or history stays the same. Future can change. A lot's happened in 30 years. 28, I guess. And I didn't know that, actually. I really think Rangoon, Hanoi, Guangzhou, Shanghai, and Pyongyang are this section right here. I think it goes all the way up. But I don't know why that doesn't carry over further, because Tokyo would be like that. Maybe one of those? Remember they completely rewrote Samurai Pizza Cats for the West because it made no sense in English due to all the Japanese cultural references. Yeah. Boy, I tell you, that's going to be an interesting thing in another 20 years because, you know, cultural shows and movies and whatnot that really played off of current events, they really don't hold up well over time because you pretty much have to become a historian to understand a lot of the jokes or a lot of the conversations. It's like if I... What's a good one? I think it's meant to resemble, but not exactly each other. Yeah, I don't think it's meant to be exactly alike, but I'm trying to figure out these patterns because the problem that I have is that it's not really clear. Let's just try it this way, okay? So Bangkok and Hanoi, or not Bangkok. Yeah, Bangkok, Hanoi. Nope. Kicks it out. But Bangkok and Hanoi are later on in the list. Urumqi. See, this is up here. And I don't understand. This connection doesn't make sense. I just don't see, like, I can't even get one single connection to stick. What's the clue to do this puzzle? There is no clue, Susie, none. I have tried, I've tried a lot of different ways. I'm sure I'm missing something because nothing seems to want to work. But every time I click on one of these, they just disappear. Well, apparently this map down here has some kind of a tie to it. Problem is, it doesn't make any sense. I don't see a clear enough pattern, and this doesn't give me enough information to really make sense about what the heck I'm looking at down here. A lot of the old references went way over your head as a kid, like the Groucho Marx character in QFG2. Oh, that particular reference, yeah, that's one that you'd have to be a certain age to really know because you just don't see Groucho Marx. What was his show? I can't remember the name of the show that he used to do. Yeah, You Bet Your Life. So in You Bet Your Life, there was a sequence where, I forget, something drops down next to him on a string. It's part of a gag in the series. That appears in QFG2, and that's what it's a reference to. But you can't ever find that show anywhere. You probably have to look it up on YouTube. I'm sure there's clips of it there. But as far as like watching TV or, you know, getting on Netflix or Hulu or something, I don't think I've ever seen it syndicated. I mean, not since like the 80s. Can you rotate anything? I don't see a way to... Oops. Well, yeah, if you middle mouse click, it makes it go away. No, I don't see a way to rotate it. Right-clicking doesn't do anything. Clicking on this stuff doesn't do anything. I can't move these little stars. Can we rotate this? No. Oh, right-clicked, it went away. No. Left and right-click together, I guess, simulates middle-click, which is not unusual from this era, because middle mouse buttons were still kind of rare. Yeah, I got nothing. Hang on a second, let me make sure Coffee didn't send me another message. No, she hadn't. Okay. Leisure Larry used that for its age verification system. Problem is nobody but historians can answer those. A lot of... Yeah. Problem is nobody historians can answer the Googling these days. Then so that was my point. You know, if it's too much about current events, it won't hold up well. 20, 30 years later, you can forget it. Nobody under a certain age would understand it unless they were history majors or specialized in that era of whatever it's about. And even then, some of the references I don't think history major would make sense out of. Like, as a history major, somebody would probably focus on particular genres or eras of history. For example, maybe they're a history major of World War II, and they know World War II history really well.
Where you've been tangoed.
Just brute forced those questions anyway, yeah. If you and your head rotate that brown map 180 degrees, it kind of matches up with the map. That's kind of what I was thinking. But you know what? What I could do is this. I'm going to screenshot it. I'll open the screenshot. And of course, it stretched it out, so whatever. Spiro Agnew sounded like a fake name. Really, he does, doesn't it? Alt-Z would let you bypass the questions. Oh, really? Does it? Yeah, things rotating it won't work. Well, I did take a screenshot and rotated it, so now I'm trying to figure out if it will make a difference. I see some of the patterns. For example, Rangoon, Bangkok, and Phnom Penh could be this. Beijing, Pyongyang, Tokyo. Maybe Kathmandu. Yeah, I know. I don't understand the symbols either. I guess north? North! That's what that's showing. That's an arrow, and that's north. So it's telling us that's north. Thank you for calling that out, Skyfall. Making me look at it again with a different focus actually told me what that is. That is a compass location. So what the heck does this mean then? How does that affect it? Because... Yeah, it's a secret geography lesson, right? The only thing you can imagine is the puzzle wants the ball bearings placed in the order of the names listed. That's kind of my impression too, Nicomancer, but I can't figure out where the first point is. If we go with Calcutta, India, being the first location, Calcutta is not actually red. It's an empty one. So that wouldn't be it. Urumqi is the first location, also not. But where is this location starting? Like, what's the first one? Oh my God, you're looking at the walkthrough and you still don't know how they got what they got? Wow. Okay. Now I'm just determined to finish this puzzle on my own. Galaxy-brained puzzle designers. Maybe try planning a trip on the map, looking at the clues on the top. That's a good point. So, well, the way it's set up is leave Calcutta, India, and arrive at Urumqi, China, and then Bombay, India to Dhaka, Bangladesh, Kathmandu, Nepal to Rangoon, Burma, Madras, India to Bangkok, Thailand, Phnom Penh, Cambodia to Beijing, China, so on and so on. But Calcutta, there is no point that's as close as Dhaka and Calcutta is on this. Maybe these two? Maybe those two? But if we go with a star first, yeah, Calcutta may be the empty spot on the left. Maybe. But at the same time, I think I see like Phnom Penh, Bangkok, and Rangoon here. So Phnom Penh, Bangkok, Rangoon, possibly Beijing, Pyongyang, Tokyo. Could be Rangoon, Hanoi, Guangzhou, Shanghai, Pyongyang? I don't know. I just don't get it. Or is that... I just don't get it. Calcutta would be the third black spot from the left of the screen. So this one here? Pardon me for just a second. My apologies. It was my daughter's school. I thought, well, maybe something was wrong, you know. No, it was a recorded message. Call about your ATI GPU extended warranty. Yes, Lazy Crypt. Number of stars is the same number of capitals. Is it really? Wait a minute. Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Nope. There's 9. I thought there was 9 stars. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Oh, you're right. You're right. I counted them before, and I must have missed one because I counted 9 stars before. But you're right. There are 10 stars. 3, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Yeah, okay. Well, if that's the case... But there are only 4 lights! Okay, and we have a north compass indicator here. As far as I can tell, this map down here is properly oriented. Hang on a second. Okay. I'm sitting here looking at Google Maps just so I can see if I can compare city locations. So Phnom Penh here. Bandar Seri. How about Guangzhou? I'm sure Guangzhou is still named Guangzhou. I've seen that actually in recent literature. Where's Hanoi?
Mifa just subscribed with Prime.
Oh, Mifa, thank you very much for that sub, the Prime sub. I appreciate that. Welcome to the channel. Thank you very much for that Prime sub. Are you a fan of retro games? And I apologize, I'm trying to sort a puzzle. Okay, I see. Okay, I think I've got this now. So Phnom Penh and Hanoi are nowhere near each other. They are a very long distance away. I can't tell you how many miles or kilometers, but let's just say it's more than a day's drive. Oh, thank you. That I appreciate that. Thank you very much. I'm a little focused trying to figure this weird puzzle out, but you know, figure out where Bombay is on the map. Yes. Kathmandu. So I think more Raya's welcome here, right? Bottoms up. I think I need to rotate this map some. Maybe not, actually. Because Bangkok and Phnom Penh aren't that close together, but they are fairly close together. I mean, by comparison to Hanoi. However, Hanoi is only slightly further away, and in that same configuration. Although Bangkok's a little further north and Phnom Penh's a little further south. As far as Dhaka, actually, what's Calcutta? Calcutta. Which, of course, is Kolkata. And that is a long way away. There's Dhaka. And Madras is pretty decent curry. Don't think about it. And Calcutta is now Chennai. Yeah, it lists it. It's still listed as Kolkata, but it's Kolkata. But that's, I guess, that's Google Maps. I'm just trying to figure out like orientations here, because it looks like it's oriented correctly. Granted, the cities are in weird locations. Like Hanoi should be like way further north. But then again, Tokyo is way, way further north anyway. So it looks like maybe... I wish this relief map made more sense. Vindaloo is better, Winter. Either way, this doesn't look wrong. Guangzhou is... There's Guangxi, Guangdong. Guizhou, Chongqing. No, that's not it. But it looks like this map's oriented correctly. We have GeoGuessr at home. You can't stand Vindaloo, but then, again, basic tikka masala. When it comes to curry, yeah. Oh, man. All right. So I don't think the map itself is helping me much. I'm probably over analyzing this now that I don't really understand how to get this to work. All right. Calcutta is not a capital. Bombay course, Bombay is not listed as a capital. Kathmandu is listed as a capital in Nepal. The star are hotel ratings. There you go. Am I open to a suggestion? You know what? Yes. Let me make it official here. Hints are allowed currently. So yeah, I think so. I'll take anything right now, Skyfall. This is a very puzzling puzzle. Kathmandu is the first capital on the list. You're with what Dragoon said earlier. The puzzle is confusing because it's not lined up with the brown board. It might be easier if it did. And there's no way to drag it over there. I like that hint, Gregor. Are you gonna? So, let me guess. You're gonna Rickroll me. Yes, you Rickrolled me. Darn you! You had an idea. The kind of pattern, or the pattern kind of has 4 lines in the pinwheel shape. Yeah, it looks like a galaxy, but maybe the lines are independent of each other, and it's like laying 4 lines in a way that overlays with the capitals. That's actually what I've been trying to figure out, and I can see that. Like, if you look here, this right here could represent this or this. I'm going to guess... actually, that pattern might be 1 not a capital, 2 capitals. So let's see if I can find that pattern here. Maybe Bangkok, Hanoi, and Guangzhou? So Bangkok, Hanoi, Guangzhou, perhaps? But I would only put here. See, that doesn't work. These 3 could represent Beijing, Pyongyang, or Tokyo. So could these 3. Or they could represent Bandar Seri Begawan, Phnom Penh, and Hanoi, or possibly Rangoon, Bangkok, Phnom Penh. There's just not enough here. Solution to this puzzle is in a mortal puzzle box on Mars. Jeez. This is an awful puzzle. Like, all I really want is some kind of direction. And the direction they gave me is just awful. Give me some feedback. When I put it on there, say, no, try something else. Anything. Heck, I would be happy to have Roberta Williams making fun of me. You have died. Ha ha ha. Star again. Seriously, anything at this point. I might need to open a Leprechaun box. What the heck is that? What if you place your dots symmetrically? Actually, you just did give me an idea. No, that's not going to work. Perhaps the stars represent the friends we made along the way. Is the puzzle box from the Hellraiser series. Oh, gotcha. I've only ever seen the first Hellraiser, and it's been a few years. I forgot about that. Pupil-X, how you doing? This is a freaking awful puzzle. They're like, congratulations on your recent death in Space Quest 3. Yeah, exactly. Calcutta to Urmqi kind of looks like the 2 non-capital spot off the 3rd west line and 4th north line. And mortal puzzle boxes are from Betrayal at Krondor. In case I haven't played Betrayal at Krondor, but I've watched an awful lot of Betrayal at Krondor with Fractal my mic, and I want to say it was Kilgore that played it. Wait, wrong movie. You forgot about Pinhead Larry. Larry is a pinhead. Just enjoying some coffee. Ah. And this Calcutta and Dhaka connection here seems to be a bit close. Oh, wait a minute. Maybe Bangkok, Rangoon, and Calcutta? That could be it. That could be these two, right? Or these two could be Bangkok and Rangoon. Which would be... And then this one if we go in order, but we have to do what's first. So Urumqi is not, Dhaka is. So if we can kind of sort out where Dhaka is... People said Pinhead with a straight face. Maybe it's not about the city names. Top star and lowest star. I tell you what, coffee's just returned, and I've got to help her get some groceries in real quick. If you guys will please bear with me for just a few minutes, I'm going to kick these commercials off early, and then I will be right back. This will be our last commercial run. So I apologize for this sudden delay, but I will return. Maybe I'll have a fresher mind. See you in just a few minutes. Thank you very much for that short break there. I appreciate it, guys. I'm going to kick these snoozes off. I got something funny to show you. Coffee just got back from the grocery store. And, oh, wait. First, an anonymous gifter gave G Pudding and Nika Master Curtis a tier 1 sub. Thank you so much, anonymous gifter, whomever you may be. Thank you. Hopefully I didn't miss another one in there somewhere. But anyway, Coffee just got back from getting groceries, and she picked up a Coca-Cola, I'd never heard of or seen before. Oreo Coca-Cola. I never would have put those two flavor combinations together. Hey, Hetcho. Yeah, whoa, indeed. Oreo Coca-Cola. It's not cold. I'd be willing to give it a taste and see how that works. But maybe I'll get one this Sunday, and I'll taste it then. I'll tell you guys how it. And Gregor, you got it right. Ew, that sounds barftastic. She bought it because it's so unique. She's like, give it to the kid. She'll try anything once. Yeah, exactly. See, Hitcho, he'll try it at least once. Same here. I'll take a taste of it. If it's awful, I'll be like, no, don't. The only reason I most likely won't like it is it's Coke Zero, and I don't like Coke Zero. I mean, she looked for regular. They just didn't have it. No. The taste sounds funny, but damn Zero. Yeah, see, I agree with you. I don't like Coke Zero. But it's like it's getting harder and harder to find non-artificial sweetened sodas. They should make a Coca-Cola that tastes like pizza. I don't think the government had anything to do with it. I don't know. Maybe Congress or the president really likes Oreos and Coca-Cola or something. Beats me. No, I don't think any of that. All right. Alice Joe, how are you doing? Are those apples aspartame flavored? No, they're real apples. See, even looks like a real apple. Just a plain. These are cosmic crisps. How are you doing? It's been a little while since I've seen you, either here or in streaming. How have you been? Hopefully it's been a good summer for you. Remember hearing from someone who worked for Coke? The Coke Zero is just Diet Coke with a black label made to sell Diet Coke to men. That wouldn't surprise me. Hecho, in some ways, that conspiracy theory, I should say, could actually make some sense considering Diet Coke was largely, the current Diet Coke was largely new Coke of the 80s, but with artificial sweetener in it when the recipe bombed. Yeah, this is the new Diet Coke, supposedly. You say that, Yuli, like you're Bender from Futurama. You've been cheated. Real apples usually are thinner and made from glass and metal. Your dad used to drink a distressing amount of Diet Coke. Yeah. Yeah, Coffee used to drink far more soda than she does now, and I usually one maybe every other day, every few days at the most, but I generally don't drink diet sodas. You're at war with furniture companies. They lost your desk, and all they can do is send mildly angry emails. What? Oh my God. How do you lose a desk? All right. You never thought about how there was New Coke and New Tide? Maybe Nintendo's new Nintendo 3DS wasn't as unusual as you thought. Does my Apple have a Thunderbolt slot? I can carve one in it. I don't know what I would get from it. Wait. Maybe Phnom Penh, Bangkok, Rangoon, Calcutta, Kathmandu could represent one of these? So now you live in the mobile life mostly. Ooh, mobile Twitch. Now I know why I haven't seen you online in a while. Same place they lost your patience, yeah. Did you tell me what phone you got? No, you didn't tell me what phone you got. You got the black phone, didn't you? Yes, it's the whole with the worm in it. I give up on this puzzle. I really don't. I don't have enough information to make sense of this. I would see retrieve Emily's box. Next, go to the locker with E13. You finally go to the locker E13, get the NSA ID badge. We got all that. The puzzle box, disc, money. And if you got it from the machine one at a time, enter Horton's code 1091, which we did. Then open the cover to retrieve the items. We did that. It's a good idea to lower text down so you can enter the number and see the keys clearly. To lower text, blah, 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 blah. Okay. On the way back, stop by the pawn shop, redeem Malloy's pawn receipt, get the black dagger. We did that. Once you get back to the office, examine Emily's puzzle box. I wouldn't wish this puzzle on anyone. It almost made me quit the game. It is particularly difficult because the box does not line up with the map. At any rate, the first thing you need to do is combine the flight schedule with the map of Asia, then combine them with the box. Now combine the pegs from Regan's box with Emily's box. Enter mode players, ENT mode players will be happy you are not playing it in the GP mode I get you. Entertainment mode players will be happy you are not playing it in the game players mode on this puzzle. Game players mode players, you have to have an exact amount of balls to work with. If you get them correct the first time in the minimum number of moves, you get the full value of the puzzle. Therefore, after you've merged all the items and before you examine the box, save your game. My guide is correct. However, you can mess up and place the wrong ball. First, look on the map and find out where the first point is located. The key to this puzzle is that all the points must intersect to form a final destination in the center of the map on the box. That doesn't even make sense to me. You can't say how anyone arrives at the answer because the lineup of the map and puzzle, I can figure out how they found the start. Thank you. Let's see. Here's a diagram you created. Follow it, and you should have no problem. So, looking at this diagram, I can't even make sense of it. If you can figure this out, Susie, by all means, tell me. I gave up. I mean, this is nuts. I mean, even, let me put it this way. Look at this. Look at this. This is the diagram they give right here for this puzzle. What the heck? How am I supposed to make sense of that? Even the walkthrough is difficult. All right. So supposedly this one, that doesn't work. That doesn't work. Oh, thank you. I completely forgot. Oh, yeah. Jeez. Base of 82 points. That's funny. Don't start with the star. Yeah, I'm trying to figure out, like... Because the diagram represents the stars with X's and the non-stars as O's. And the very first one, the first, like, 4 steps look like it's supposed to be 1, 2, 3, 4, and then 5 and 6, and then 7, 8, 9, but that's not working. Read up and try your solution. Third black spot on the left, then top black spot. So you're talking about this one? Huh, yeah, it didn't work. So this one. Hey, look, I got no better guesses, so I can't complain. You're wondering that too because it correlates with the leave arrive schedule. Yeah. So Beijing to Urmkai. I see. Yeah. Okay. You're right. That does. And then 3. But it doesn't line up at all. Like, none of this makes any sense. How is this? Yeah. I think the best thing I could do would be to do a video walkthrough of it. I don't think I have any other choice. Let's see. No. Yeah, they do. That's kind of what's weird, is that these are not really representing actual distances. I think Tokyo from Hanoi might be, or that region, Phnom Penh, Hanoi, whatnot, might be fairly close. But this map is kind of weird. Well, that's more information than I wanted. Oh, God. Thank you. You're thinking west to east, so try north to south. Yeah, the one you're looking at has black dot. Has a black dot as far south as first and black dot as far northern second move. If you learned anything from Needle's playthrough of GK3, the answer is always tilted square. Oh, God, why would they do that? Thank you. I appreciate that, both of you. Trying to find the puzzle box sequence in this video walkthrough. Here we go. Sorry, I'm being quiet here. I'm just seeing if I can locate. We've seen that. They must have solved this puzzle like much earlier. Because I'm not seeing. I saw one puzzle get solved. I mean, it's the sliding puzzle. We did that one. This would be a game where you pray to God that the walkthrough is in the next month's magazine. I mean, really. I wished I had a screenshot or something of the. Actually, a screenshot would be fine. Is there an image? Oh, yes, there is. Yes, there is. I just found it. Beep. Hey, Epic. Ooh, 5 stream streak. Thank you. Is it like the none the dot placements matter, but the angle of everything? Yeah. Let's see here. So, Pandora Directive, Emily's box. Gregor 9 puzzle. Okay, so we'll put this. All right. If this is right, we're about to find out exactly how this works. Because I'm now looking at two different solutions, and I think I understand why. Okay. So, according to the image, and in fact, you know what? I'm going to stick the image right here. I'm going to add an image. Okay. All right, and I'm going to take this image and we're going to stick it right here. That's the image that I found. A little luck, this will actually solve it for us. So according to this, it would be... That's what you're looking at and couldn't make sense of it. Yeah, I still don't understand it. Because that is not Calcutta on the actual map. Calcutta is somewhere else. I don't know how that works. Urumqi, China. That could be Urumqi, China. Really? There is no way. Come on, game. How in the world am I supposed to figure this out? Here. Have you considered mind-altering drugs? I don't know if that'd make any difference with this. This is an awful puzzle. 5 to 6. Seven to 8. 9 to 10, which is the opposite of the one that I showed you earlier. If at first you don't succeed, try again, something like that. 11 to 12. 13 to 14. 15 to 16. And then one in the middle. Okay. Okay. Mind you, you've been stuck on this screen since you finished work, so go ahead and cheat. At this point, I gotta move it forward somehow. Device piece 2. See, you never puzzle. I mean, really, if I never have to do that puzzle again, I won't really have any issues. So how about we try and combine a couple of pieces?
This box contains a module similar to the one in the first box. There's also a slide.
Also a slide? Puzzle? Maybe they wanted you to have to buy the strategy guide at this point. Probably so.
It's a slide with a picture of some strange object. But if Malloy put it in the box, it must be important.
The only way you can see that work if you just have to connect in the right direction, like Tokyo to Pyongyang is east-west, and Calcutta and Urumqi or whatever it was. Hey, that might be it. That's really vague, though. But I will say the first guide I looked at was wrong. There's no way that would have worked. Yeah, it's a dodgy puzzle for sure. A visual analyzing device, and I can't even load that slide to look at it. Alright, so maybe now... Actually, I should save it. God knows what's going to happen next. Alright. So we'll go back to the Ritz. We'll go to Tex's office. Perhaps we can call Gordon Fitzpatrick now. And there's disk 5. All right. The puzzle is evil. The rest of the game has been good.
Good evening, Tex.
There's always a bad puzzle.
You look as though you're on to something. What can I do for you?
I mean, I can't think of any point-and-click adventure I'd ever played that didn't have at least one puzzle that just made you want to pull your hair out.
The power cell was recovered from the site near Roswell.
Yeah, Seventh Guest. Seventh Guest had a lot of good puzzles, but yeah, there were a couple in there that were just evil.
It's possible that the box that Mr. Ellis received was a blind.
That's right. Yeah.
I admire.
You loved watching that playthrough. I enjoyed it. The piano part should have been super easy, but no.
The power cell was recovered.
No, it had to have
Thomas Malloy
a weird,
greatly. He's one of the few men.
Exit border right up against the edge of the puzzle, making it hard to hit that one note without constantly exiting the puzzle and starting over. Really annoying.
It's possible.
Exactly. The part I should have been really good at ended up being the hardest part of the whole thing.
It's my. This was the new. Sorry, knowing Thomas, he wouldn't put all of his information in any one box. Maybe we need all of the boxes. Oh, yes, I know of him. He's a respected writer. I believe. I don't believe. Project Blue. The name. No, Thomas. Sorry, The name is.
Okay, I don't think we've got anything else new. So how about we, in conversation, we try getting Lucia? She's not there.
This is Lucia Purnell.
You forgot about the piano, yeah. Anything new with
Hello, Tex.
her?
Anything new?
Nothing too interesting. I just called to chat.
Don't know what that is.
Didn't think so.
Uh,
All right, so I'm not going to continue. That conversation will exit. We can try going... Oh, that's not what I meant to click on. We can try going back to Cosmic whatever it was. Cosmic Connection. Is there anywhere else? No.
Let me guess. You came by to borrow those books I recommended.
No, but I promise to right after I finish Anne of Green Gables. Right now I just need some information.
Did you give Happy Face I think she wanted? No. She wanted that back. I couldn't do that because something's fishy about her. I'm not even sure that's really the person she's claiming she is. I think you're referring to the character Tanya Roberts is playing.
Listen, Archie, what can you tell me about this power cell?
Well, according to Malloy, there were 2 of them on the spacecraft recovered at Roswell. The research scientists decided that it was some sort of alien battery, and they tried to break one down. The other one was cataloged and stored somewhere in the Roswell complex. I can't help you with that.
Wish you could help me with this demagnetized disc. That would be really useful. Okay.
You think you're the first person who ever wanted to get in there? Heck, every UFOologist in the world would love to get in there and take a look around the complex.
So why don't they?
Well, look, first of all, it's secured. The military, they don't want anybody getting in there. It's only accessible with top-level security clearance.
Well, that explains the badge I have, so that's easy enough.
Well, have you got any top-level security clearance?
Well, no.
Do you know where I can get some?
No.
Well, I guess I'm just wasting your time.
People say I'm crazy?
Okay.
There were strange designs on the box. They looked Mayan or Aztec.
You might be thinking of Area 51, Susie. The million-person march on Roswell. You might be thinking of Area 51. That's where everything was supposedly taken. It's a bit north. If you're going to be shot, I'd not go either. Yeah. Yeah.
I told you what I know. I mean, by the name, I guess it's something powerful and something Dr. Malloy doesn't want to let loose.
Sounds like it to me.
Yeah, that's the pen. Well, I'm just one of the few. Oh, Mr.
Okay, I think that's it.
One thing seems pretty clear. Malloy considered the power cell to be important to his work and was convinced that one was still hidden away inside the Roswell military complex.
Okay. You still like the video of Area 51 people practicing running in background? And they were Naruto anime running. Okay, if we're gonna charge on Area 51, everybody do a Naruto run. They won't know what hit them. I would love for there to be an Easter egg somewhere on here that you could click on. There you go. That's it. Oh, it figures Tom would have one of those. Okay, so we've got some more information. Actually, is there any?
Hey, Murph, what's going on? You weren't followed,
here
were
were
you?
you? You remember the memes of having the power of God and anime on their side?
Relax, Archie. I'm a PI. I don't let anybody follow me. Unless I just got off the Stairmaster and I'm wearing my special jeans.
He got off the Stairmaster. Well, let's go to, I guess, back to Chandler Ave. We'll just pop in at the Ritz. Okay, so what about... Oh, wait a minute. Where can we... Ah, maybe we can play this at the cabin. Maybe... The scanner?
Well, that doesn't... Well...
Can we combine any of this stuff? Okay, so I don't think that's where we need to go, but where is our next stop? We can try the electronic shop. Maybe he'll give us something different.
I am making many new friends in Britannia.
Hey, thank you very much for that follow. Welcome to the channel.
That doesn't seem to do anything.
I mean, I can try using those.
That doesn't seem... Well, that...
Wait a minute.
That doesn't seem to do anything. Well, that does... Well, that...
Hope they laugh too much and miss it. Hey, board game, how you doing, man? How was your week been?
That doesn't seem... Well... That doesn't seem... Well, that won't
Very
work.
busy. I don't know how that goes. I can definitely relate.
That doesn't... Well, that doesn't seem...
And he's probably not going to tell me. He only talks about stuff that we can buy.
This guy must be the new... You ready to make a purchase?
I mean, maybe? How about we ask about...
The video watches the Robco Super...
I couldn't afford it anyway. Is he on stilts or is that a dwarf? He's just a tall dude. Chris Jones is just really tall. Hang on a second here. I want to say he's like 6'3", 6'4", or something. I remember somebody talking about it in the past. If it lists his height, I don't know if it has it here. Yeah, let's see it there. If it has Intel inside, buy it. No, unfortunately. Let's see. Yeah, I don't see a listing for his height. I just know he's tall. I just don't know how tall. It's funny to see that Chris Jones was actually in other games besides the Tex Murphy series. Huh. Yeah, I can't find it, but whatever. Yeah, a couple of them, not much. All right, so I think we just need to move on from here. I really don't know what's up next, so we need to kind of figure out a path. Actually, let's go to the cabin. I don't think I'll be able to utilize the projector there for this slide, but I'm wondering if maybe that's the next step. Okay, so there is a projector up here, but it's a film projector, not a slide projector. So I have no idea if this is really... I don't think it's going to work.
Well, that won't work.
Like I said, didn't think it would. Maybe... the morgue? Hey, you Goonie. How you doing? Here's this one. Well, this game run on 16 gigabytes of RAM. You could store the whole game in 16 gigabytes of RAM as a RAM disk, and still have plenty of room left over for the operating system. I think this thing only requires a minimum of 16 megabytes. No, only 8 megabytes of RAM, but they do recommend 16 megabytes of RAM. I mean, it's 6 CDs, so whatever, roughly 700 megabytes times 6, that way you know what the potential maximum would be. Well, thank you. I appreciate that. It's actually pretty fortunate to get that one.
That doesn't seem to...
Is there a slide projector here somewhere?
Nice microscope.
Back when a CD could fit 450 megabytes and the PC had to load data from the disk as the storage would have not been enough to fit all of the data. Yeah, right? It's getting to that point now again. I mean, hearing people gripe about, like, Call of Duty now taking over 300 gigabytes or some ridiculous amount like that, and accusing them of, or accusing, who is it, Activision, of intentionally bloating the folder to limit how much storage space anybody has, so that you have to make a decision, either play this game or don't bother with anything else. Pretty sure the supercomputers had 16 gigs of RAM in 1996. Hey, they could have. I don't know. I never used one. I would hear about them, but I don't remember what the specs were. I don't even think they could really easily be compared to a computer of the era, even of a computer of this era. The purposes are so different. Easy decision for you. You wouldn't bother. Yeah, for some folks. Yeah, exactly. Oh, thank you, Eugenie. I appreciate that. Yeah.
What now?
And yes, I did see mention that is a prosthetic nose. That is Chris Jones' brother, and he's got a lot of makeup on.
We've known each other a long time, Mac. You don't need to pretend you're busy every time I stop by.
Look, I doubt you will understand this concept, Murphy, but I have a real job, and I've got a lot to do today. So go ahead and ask me a few questions, but then get out.
Then get out. All right.
You can keep that.
You can keep that. Schnoz. I mean, it really is, isn't it?
You can keep that.
That is why he has the same voice. Didn't know that. Yeah, it's Kevin Jones. It's the guy playing this man on the screen now.
You can keep that. You can keep. You can.
Okay, so I don't think anything here is kind of pointless to ask him about. So how about...
No, can't. Well, there are some things.
Roswell security clearance.
Don't know anything about. Well, there are. Don't know. You think I know everything? No. I know it's in New Mexico. I bet that helps a lot.
Did Access also make Blade Runner the PC game? Nope, that would be Westwood. Westwood Studios. Yeah. I don't have the actual CD cover. They just came in sleeves in this. It's like a big fleshy garlic. That's awful.
Can't help you. Well, there are.
All right, well, I guess we're going to end that conversation. Where the heck are we going now? We'll go back to him one more time. Yeah. But Access did make Lynx, the golf game. And one of the first, not the first, but one of the first early digitized voices. And they used a system called Real Sound, which allowed those voices to actually come back through a PC speaker instead of using an actual sound card. Granted, it sounded like crap, but it was pretty impressive for the time. Yeah, I think you hit the tree, Jim.
Let me guess. You came by to...
No.
Look, Archie, I think I'd rather clean toilets than read those.
Oh, that was brutal.
Listen, Archie, what can you tell me?
Okay, so we did talk to him about that. I thought so. Is there anything we can ask about?
Well, have you got any...
There were I don't know any more about it than what Dr. Malloy... I told you what I know. Oh, Mr. Witt is a living legend in the UFOologist community.
Was that your cat? No, it was Necomancer. Mystic yells meow. He does that. I'm just kidding. He's not that vocal. If it was Stash, you'd hear him all the way down the driveway. Yeah. Possible mission on C-64 blew our minds with another visitor. Stay a while. Stay forever.
Well, one thing seems pretty clear. Malloy considered the power cell to be important to his work and was convinced that one was still hidden away inside the Roswell military complex.
So that, okay, and that takes us to nowhere because we don't have a new location. I mean, if we wanted, it should be roughly in this area. It should be Roswell. But there's no link to go there. I guess we just have to go through the usual people. We'll start with Lou. I haven't played it. No, I've never seen it. I don't even know if I've ever heard of it. But I've never been able to play anything or really even use a Commodore 64. I only knew one person growing up that had one, and I only really ever saw it like maybe a couple of times, and I never got to play it. I just remember them loading a tape once. They're like, "This will take a while." Impossible Mission. Was your first game ever? Really? Mine was Zork.
How can I help you, Mike?
Oh, was not what?
No thanks.
It was such a smash hit back in the day. Was there a DOS version of it? Because that's the thing. I mean, Commodores were known. Like, we saw commercials for them here. It's not like that was unusual, but it was not as popular here as it was outside of the U.S. He's like, I don't want any of this stuff. You're going to get me killed.
I don't know anything about that.
Your first game was Pong.
Sorry, I'm pretty sorry. Out of my... I don't... sorry.
For Moby Games, 1984, Commodore 64, Apple II, 85, ZX Spectrum, PC, 88, 85, Sharp 1, X1, excuse me. In other words, it never made it to DOS. It was on virtually every system but the one that actually won the war. By 1990, PCs had pretty much taken over the market. And it never appeared on a single one of those platforms. You'll never forget the sound of the guy dies. Oh, that's funny. Your first game was Mario for NES. I mean, if we got really technical, my first game would have been something in the arcades, I'm sure. Like Space Invaders or Asteroids, maybe. PCs gained ground here around 2000s. Really? I didn't know that. Maybe late 90s.
I'm pretty...
Okay, these guys don't have anything for me. Give me some info, people.
What now? Die, don't. Die. 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 Die, don't. That's the... Of course I've heard about it. I just doubt I know. I don't...
It was all Amiga ST. Huh. I didn't realize the Amiga was really that strong in the 90s. Yeah, DOS wasn't that monolithic in Europe until mid-90s. Interesting. See, I knew nothing about that. Maybe Crazy Gary knows something. This seems like a Crazy Gary kind of thing. It's really obscure and kind of doesn't make sense, but does. It does have great ambience, doesn't it? It's one thing that always gets me with games. Games that the games that really get me with the ambience and the environment and whatnot, like Gothic, for example. Congo really got my attention. The ambience in that game was really good. I was really kind of liking the Space Marine last night. The ambience in that game was really good. 486 onwards, it took off over here, but slow as it cost an arm and a leg for a decent PC. Yeah.
How may I assist you, oh... Yeah, I saw... my ignorance.
And in the 80s, when Impossible Mission came out, DOS was a tiny minority compared to C64 and the English 8-bit Specky Amstrad BBC Micro, yeah. Somehow, I'm not surprised he doesn't know anything about it. Impossible Mission, Bruce Lee, the movie monster, and the Spy vs. Spy was all played on the Commodore 64. Huh. Okay, so that was Crazy Gary. We can try Clint again, but I kind of doubt he has anything.
Well, that guy. Well, that. Well, that. Well. Yeah, I remember.
There was a retro Spy vs. Spy game. I remember Spy vs. Spy. I want to say that one actually did. It got enough attention. Either I saw it in magazines or it did have a PC release. But I remember getting it because I used to really like reading Mad Magazine and Cracked Magazine back in the 80s. There's 3. Oh, okay.
Don't know it. Can't. Nope. Don't know a thing about it.
Guy sounds like a beehive when you skip this dialogue. Oh, yeah.
Don't know. Totally.
Totally. You only knew the 3D one. Alright, let's try inventory again. See if I can combine. Well, there was Spy vs. Spy 2, the Island Caper, the one you had, Spy vs. Spy 3, Arctic Antics. Maybe I saw one of them in a store. Like, it sounds really familiar. Shame these early adventure games never gave a hint system on what to do next, but it does. There is a hint system right here.
A disc. I'll bet.
Right here. So I can click hint. Yeah, hint by walkthrough. I'm going to try this silly phone call one more time. And then I'm going to go try something else. Oh, disc 5. Well, did not smiley face want something? Hint me, Biddo, one more time. Oh, God. Epic. Yeah, she wanted something. I think I managed to get it. $25 in the shelves are all good retailers.
What can I help you with?
Oh,
I learned a few new things, and I'd like to...
By all means.
I need some information.
What kind of information?
Well, I got one of the boxes open, and inside I found a picture of what I've been told is an alien power cell recovered from the UFO crash at Roswell. I think the power cell must tie in somehow with the Pandora device. And apparently, the only place I'm going to find the power cell is inside the Roswell complex.
You intend to go to the Roswell military base?
Well, I don't see any way around it. That's why I called. I need to find a way in.
I don't think I can help you. My security clearance there is a thing of the long past.
Any suggestions?
The only people that would still have access to the base would be top military personnel. And perhaps the NSA.
Well, if that's all, I guess I better get ready to go.
If you're certain you must go to Roswell, there's one other thing that I should tell you. The military base is well camouflaged, and you could spend weeks trying to locate the site. I'll give you the coordinates.
All right, this is what we needed to do. I have the security clearance I need, so I can get in. That's not a problem.
The power cell was recovered.
Yeah, we already asked him about that.
If you have connections to the NSA, that's where I'd go to get security clearance high enough to get into the...
So we have that now. That's not a problem. That means we can try Purnell.
This is...
You bought a CD in the 90s which had all the facts and walkthroughs for most of the adventure games that had been released up until then. It came in handy. I think you still have it somewhere. That is a really useful disc, Killick. Wow. They wouldn't localize that stuff for us, which means there was nothing on store shelves and we got to eat. Oh, man, really?
Hey, got a second?
Don't trust her. Just saying.
Yeah. Oops. Time's up.
No.
Very funny. I think we should get together. Why don't you come over here? We can meet in my room.
Ooh.
Oh, I never go to a woman's hotel room on the first date. It'd be scandalous behavior for a chaste young man like myself.
Promise I'll be gentle.
Or like 20 to 30 magazines back then, you'd try to sneakily look for the solutions instead of buying the magazine. How many people, I mean, seriously, everybody ran into the bookstores and read the magazines, right? As people would have said back then, hubba, hubba. Well, it's Tanya Roberts. I mean, Yulia, wasn't she a model or something at one point? I can't remember. Yeah, she was also in Charlie's Angels. She was in, I want to say she was in A View to a Kill. She was in one of the James Bond movies. I know that. Burfoot, how you doing? And magazines didn't come in foil wrap. Sometimes they did, but inevitably there would be. And anytime I went into a bookstore, if there was a magazine like, say, PC Gamer, for example, usually had a lot of their publications would come in a plastic bag and it'd have a CD and whatnot in it. But there was inevitably always one that was not in a plastic bag. Somebody had already ripped it open.
Well, in that case, it's totally out of the question.
You know, some men wouldn't be so resistant.
I didn't mean to actually. Okay.
Okay, fine. You've talked me into abandoning all my moral values, so I'll be right over.
All right. I can tell you're too busy for me right now. Give me a call when you've got more time. See ya.
Okay, we need to go back into the conversation here.
Despite warnings from Ellis and Fitzpatrick, I'm bound for Roswell. Hopefully the alien power cell is somewhere in the Roswell military complex. I know that without it, I'll never find out Malloy's secret.
And here's day 6. This is going to be a good place for us to pause. South by southeast. She is Sheena, Queen of the Sheena, the Queen of Jungle. I highly recommend to watch that crappy movie for one reason only. Her tribal outfit? Oh, God.
The trip to Roswell takes about 4.5 hours, giving me plenty of time to think. Something's bothering me from the last time I went to the Cosmic Connection. And it hits me. A black Avatar speeder was parked down the street. Could have been the NSA. A voice in the back of my head keeps telling me that Archie Ellis is in danger. Or is it that they're just keeping tabs on me? Eventually, I locate the military base, and using the NSA ID badge I found at Autotech, I'm able to get into the complex. The area is still running various security systems, but the place is totally abandoned, at least by humans.
Okay. Hey, Dominus. It's good to see you there. Ooh. disc 4. Have we tried? I don't think we've actually put disc 4 in yet. Hey, thank you for that follow. For some reason, I thought you'd already followed me.
Thank you
man.
for that follow.
Welcome to the channel. Just don't spend 3 hours on one puzzle. Hey, I can't help it if they gave me a lousy puzzle. And then it's so lousy that even the walkthroughs couldn't get it right. They redid the TVs. That is a TV series with a Baywatch lady. Huh. In my research, Dragoon, one thing I found, I don't know how accurate this is because this is one of those things, but the earliest game that had, I forget the name of it, the earliest game that had digital speech in it, at least for Sound Blaster, maybe there was earlier than this, so I might be limited here, but I know at least for Creative, the first game that had digitized audio in it was actually a very simple golf game that never made it outside of England. Possibly made it into Europe, but only in limited numbers. And then the next one was I think it was Where in Time is Carmen Sandiego. I forget which. It's a Carmen Sandiego game. So the first, like, internationally published digitized voices were through Creative, I guess, were that. Kyochi was pretty tough, especially 2. 2 was rough. It really was. 2 and 3 both. But 3 was rough. Quest for Glory 3 was rough because of the timed events that you had to trigger. And there was no way to know if you triggered them or not. Like running around in the jungle trying to get the cat people to appear. Oh my God. Good luck. Speed run that crap. Really frustrating trying to figure out how to get points for getting that seat as a fighter. Yeah. Yeah, exactly. Can we see your desk setup? Is it 90? No, it's not actually 90 setup. In fact, here, I'll show you a little bit. So this PC here is the Athlon PC. Underneath it, which you can't see because I can't get the camera far enough, is the Pentium 2 that we're playing on. And then audio mixer here. OSSC to capture. And then everything else is just standard modern PCs. Make cat people appear. He's actually over on the couch. There he is. Way, way over on the couch. Coffee's petting him. And that's a compact keyboard. Actually, it's an HP keyboard. They make these still. They still make them. This I paid, I think, $15 for about 4 years ago. And it's a PS2 keyboard, primarily because of the Pentium 2, and I've got a PS2 mouse to go with it. And a standard retail Bitterman unit, yes. There's only one of a kind, though. Nice kitty. All right. I am sorry, we are a little past our normal end time, but I do need to come to a stop. I've got some things to do tonight. Thank you. I appreciate it. Yeah, the desk is cool. Before I continue what I was going to say, this desk is actually an old desk I got from a thrift shop. Actually, my mother found it. She goes, you interested in this desk? And she took a picture of it. And I said, yeah. I said, how much is it? She says, about $12. I went, really? She said, yeah. So she bought it. And so she had it in her garage. And I spent a couple of weekends sanding it down. It was really, really loose. Like, it was wobbly as could be. So it's been stabilized. I mean, it's still wobbly a little bit, but it's firm wobbly. It's only wobbly because of the legs. It's not loose or anything like that. So I tightened everything up, sanded everything down, stained it, and then put multiple layers of polyurethane on it. And it's really, really been a great desk ever since then. It's not a great desk as far as like perfect made. There's some flaws in the way it was. Whoever, I guess, made this desk originally wasn't exactly a great carpenter. Not that I am. But I'm kind of proud of the work I got on it. It came out really nice. It's a decent size too. For $12, I think I paid about $35 in materials for sandpaper, the stain, the polyurethane, and the brushes and all. So really, all said and done, less than $50, and I got a solid pine desk. The tabletop is about that thick, so it's a really thick, solid surface. There's no particle board on this. It's all hardwood. Well, not hardwood, softwood, I guess, with pine, but all solid wood. You can't ask too much for $12. You're right. Natural bit of stain. Oh, that's awful. All right. So we're in the Roswell military complex, but we're not going to do anything here yet. I'm going to save it, or I'm going to leave it saved right there, and we're going to exit the game. Just like that. Kids these days need to learn to make their own Home Depot desk instead of spending $5,000 on a desk. Honestly, everybody needs to learn how to effectively recycle decent furniture instead of buying particle board crap. Same with everything else. Furniture is something that you should be able to buy for life. I mean, let's be realistic. Well, that's Roswell. Prices of lumber these days, that IKEA desk is cheaper than buying your own materials. That's the sad fact. And believe it or not, there may actually be a reason why that price is that high. That might be the reason exactly. That makes it a conspiracy, you know. You like your super cheap folding desks from Amazon. Thank you very much for all of you for being here. Unfortunately, it's much harder in Europe because we don't really have stuff like Goodwill. Weird. I think my computer froze down there. That's kind of strange. The mouse is still working, but for some reason, the keyboard's not responding. All right. That's the first time I've seen it do that. Okay, before we move on, I want to say thank you to everybody who's been here. You guys have been fantastic. I really appreciate your patience with me on this puzzle. That was an awful puzzle. We had 3 anonymous gift subs. Whoever you are, anonymous gifter, thank you very much for that. I really appreciate it. I hope that you all have a wonderful weekend and a safe one at that. We'll be back on my wife's channel here tonight for Fry Night. And that will be our little multiplayer, event where everybody can come in, chat, banter with us. I'm not 100% sure what we're going to start with, but we might start with a brand new game that hasn't officially been released yet. I don't know. We'll have to talk it over with coffee and see. But I hope so. Yeah. Getting ready for Friday night. Well, first I gotta eat some lunch, and I gotta run to the gym, and then when I get back, I have to take a shower. Then we have to eat dinner. Fridays are nuts. Yeah, that's why I end up having to have a hard stop, and I'm a little bit behind on that. So what I'm going to do, I'm not even going to raid. I'm going to save you guys the grief. I'm just going to say thank you all for being here. It's been a fantastic Friday. Oh, not Sunday yet. I hope to see you I hope to see you tonight on my wife's channel, but otherwise, I'll catch you Sunday morning. I'm going to get the times right here. Sunday morning with more Pandora Directive. Thank you all for being here. Be safe, and I'll see you soon.